Dang. What's up with all these books?
Start to play.
Zoinks!
Jinkies. Jinkies.
Working on a mystery.
Oh, bunch of kids coming around. I tell you what, man, you did that day old Mr. Tambourine man talk about did come play songs for me, you know, then you change your name to Zimmerman, y'all born again.
Hey guys, what is going on? Happy Wednesday. Welcome to the Gaming Lifestyle Lounge. I'm glad you're here. I'm your host, America's #1 online video game personality, Ben, the Parvinator, Parvin, here at your service. Rhizone, welcome, buddy. Good to see you, man. I'm doing well. I hope you are too. Glad it's Wednesday. Taking a bite out of this game, one bite at a time, I guess. One chunk at a time. Should go on the chunk. Yeah, how you guys doing? Look, we just got through the Hero's Cave, and I made too long of a recap about it, and we're gonna watch it anyway. Honestly, it was a very gameplay-heavy section. I learned something kind of cool about it, too, that we played a different one from just the standard one on Seasons, because we are playing a linked game, and I guess if you've linked your game, the Hero's Cave is like a more difficult version. My apologies, I've got a leaf blower right outside my window. That's okay. Might not even really be coming through for you guys. But I can't think. Always good timing. Anyway, hope you guys are well. What's up with my blinds? I mean, they are broken, but looking even worse than usual. So, couple of points about this game before we jump in and watch the recap. And we can talk a little bit too. That sounds fun. But so we are working through this trading sequence. You know, that's a right. What maybe trying to think what first game to really get like a long trading sequence? Probably Zelda 3, right? You know, A Link to the Past, if I had to guess. Of course, Link's Awakening had a nice long one as well. That's maybe the one I don't know. Is that the originator? It's been a while since I played A Link to the Past. I gotta fix that. Too long. You trade a bunch of you do trade stuff in that one, I know for sure. Anyway, okay, we got a megaphone. So the last thing we did was we helped a guy get his cat out of his tree by giving him a fish. Cat jumped right down. It turns out it was just hungry. Maybe it was a bit of a hunger strike. I'm not getting down out of this tree until I get something good to eat. I hope my cat honestly probably had learned that lesson a long time ago. Not jumping in a tree, but we're currently in a struggle with her because every now and then she gets a little bit of kibble on top of the wet food, and I think she's, you know, there's a bit of a, like a, I won't say work stoppage because there's no labor involved here, but she's on strike, I suppose, in some other ways. If she isn't getting that kibble every meal now, it should be. So, yeah. What can you do? These cats. We helped the old man get his cat out of the tree, and he gave us the megaphone he was using to yell down to the cat to please come down. Mr. Whiskers, I believe, was... Didn't we get a name? Sorry, that leaf blower is still just outside. It's bugging me, man. Anyway... In addition to the trading game, which, by the way, I'd understand if you guys never forgave me for this, but I haven't made any progress on this trading game in a couple of plays. We found other things to do. We found that Hero's Cave or whatever on Monday. So I've had plenty of stuff to occupy us, but I have moved around a bunch looking for who needs this megaphone, and at a certain point I was like, you know what, I want this stream to kind of get rolling, and I can't seem to remember who it was. And you know, we hadn't made it up to the recipient, the person that's going to be getting this this megaphone. We hadn't made it up to them in a little while, and as soon as I saw it, I was like, ah, damn, that's it, that makes sense. Didn't take a note on it earlier, but that's okay.
Oh my god.
All right, well, yeah, mega oof. Yeah, I guess, spoiler alert, the megaphone is going to go to Talon. We've got to find him. He's passed out. We've already encountered him at one point, and, you know, there was getting a Kuko, or getting the Kuko Dex, the Kuko Index over to, aka the Kuko Dex over to Malon, I believe. And I even said at one point, I was like, it can't involve, you know, we've already, at the very least, I figured it didn't involve her. But I forgot about old Dad, passed out somewhere, and he needs a megaphone apparently to, we need a megaphone to wake his ass up.
The most advanced video game system in the universe.
Or a Sega Genesis, I guess. That'll wake him up. Yeah. All right, well, without further ado, now how about just a little more ado? We're going to drop into a replay, and I want you guys to see Hero's Cave. I did a quick recap of it. Give me just a couple seconds. I'll get it up for you. Hello. I love the that's pleasant music, isn't it? That's the select file music. You did as well, Palpuck. Yeah, that's funny. Or maybe you're asking, like, oh, another thing you looked up? yet another thing you had to look up? Yeah. Yeah, you know, when I saw it, I was like, man, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, Wish I didn't remember it, and I hadn't made it up to that part of the map in a little while. Let's watch a quick recap. Oh, sorry, that's not it. That's fun. It's like, oh, by the way, so no more excuses for missed bombable walls, because I told you guys that I have a weird setup here with a big ass monitor that I'm, playing this game on. And I hadn't I wasn't like blowing the whole thing up, and, it wasn't totally, I didn't have it maximized, let's just say. But all that is to say, I realized how much movement I had to do to even just see the margins of the screen. And it's the Game Boy Color. It's not exactly the biggest, screen in the world originally. So I have shrunk it down. I think when I first fired up this emulator, I think it started in a window more like what I have now, which is about like a quarter of my monitor space, but maybe less. Yeah, probably even less. Anyway, all that is to say, I think this was maybe even the one that it like by default tried to go to this size, but I said, no, make it bigger. Turns out that was a mistake. All right, so I ended up literally falling into Hero's Cave yesterday. We had popped in before and talked to the old man, because how can you miss that cave down on the lower level? But what's funny is we got in here and I didn't even talk to the guy for a while. I think we might have even finished this room or gotten close. Oh no, I think at that point I did come down after a little bit, but I spent a little bit of time in this room and maybe even the next one before I remembered where we were, because I hadn't gone in through that regular entrance and talked to the old man who says, hey, this is the Hero's Cave, Try to get to the end or something along those lines. A whole bunch of fun and tricky puzzles, and took a while to get through this part. A good mix of puzzles and a couple of really, sort of fighting heavy screens as well. A lot of blocks that needed to be moved. Some could only be moved from like one direction. So there was a ton of, hey, welcome Riku. There was a ton of just trial and error with like, I've basically, for the most part, cut to like the successful run where I went in and cleared the room just for the sake of time here, because otherwise, yeah, I mean, it was a long stream. I was hanging out too, but a lot of tricky things too. I want to show you this. There were a lot of parts where you would get right to the end, and then there's just one little thing you've got to watch out for. Here it is me, the wheels are turning as I'm like, oh, I see what they're doing here. You could get those pots to those switches, but then you can't get out. So you, of course, have to there's a couple parts like that where again, you may not get it all the way through in that first go. I had to do a lot of trial and error. Here's one where just a few switches, or actually hitting all the switches, got this bridge to pop up. I think I just needed to... I think it was a temporary bridge. We ended up jumping over. Yeah. Yeah, we got a little speed boost and then ran across. Got the gacha seat. That was the reward for a few of these rooms. I really dig this dungeon though. It was a couple parts were pretty brutal. A little mini dungeon. Hope you're well, Riku Storm. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. So yeah, just going through the rooms here at a rapid clip at this point. I realized at a certain point, yeah, this is testing us a lot of the sort of gameplay puzzles of from each dungeon, sort of. I realized that they were testing us on all the weapons as well. And I didn't learn until later when I looked up the Hero's Cave after the stream that I guess you have to have been through maybe the 7th dungeon to have everything you need, which is where we are, so we have good timing. Yeah, doing well. Yeah, I'm glad I'm streaming. Today went by really quickly to get to this point. Oh yeah. What did I say? I know what day it is. Sorry, I must have just, yeah, you know how it is. Whoopsie.
I'm pissed
Did I say Monday? Happy Wednesday. Yeah. There you go, yeah. I get the day wrong probably a quarter of the time on this stream. So you gotta, I forget what those guys are called. There's the two kinds in Ocarina, the ones that drop down and then the ones that, you know, they just stand and fight. I did. Okay. All right. Thank you, Riku. Okay. Thank you. Honestly, I get it wrong so much, I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah. So this one, you've got these cracks in the ground, and you've just got to, you know, you've just got to pay attention to that and move along as you push this bar here, you know. Well, thanks, Riku. Yeah. I forgot what was in this. Probably another Gasha seed. Yeah. The Wall Master. Yes, distant cousin to the Stair Master. And no relation to the Thigh Master. Just a coincidence. Oh no! I don't think you jumped into an argument, Dustin. Yeah. No, they're replying to me like with a with a meme. The meme context. I gotta admit, I don't know. I feel like I've seen it before, but alas, I didn't catch it right away. Next room, we're in here fighting. The Zola is what it shows in the first Zelda game instruction manual. It's probably more of a translation issue. Yeah. Also, you know, that split between the, like, fighting Zora, the ones that Link has to fight, the enemies, versus the friendly Zora that we meet in Ocarina of Time. I guess you see some friendly Zora in A Link to the Past as well. Floor Master. Floor Master's, yeah. Versus Wall Master, the one that wall drops down on you. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. Sorry, Riku. Yeah, it was all a big misunderstanding. Yeah.
Game Master.
I think you know what it is? I think I've just seen people use that phrase, and I never knew the origin, you know? Looks like it came from a vine, just like it all did. Why? Here's from Reddit. Why is It's Wednesday, My Dudes so popular in Germany? Good question. I've seen this frog. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Well. Looking it up.
Game Master.
Stairmaster, Game Master. More puzzles, more lighting of... As we determined, the enunciation on Monday is Braziers. But yeah. Heard it through the grapevine. That's right, Dustin, yeah.
Nani?
I love it said that the VO on you know that title screen for that's so good, man. Captain N, the Game Master. Took me a second to remember the full title. Well, now I lost it. Okay, this puzzle here, right? You gotta hit a bunch of these, I am, yeah, Riku, under, just, yeah, the _ Parvinator. I can give you the full... That should be a... I did a terrible job of that. Yeah, sorry. Slash the Parvinator. There it is. Got my slash and my dot. I did, Dustin. Yes, I got us to the... I really got us to, like, the successful... you know... The successful take on these puzzles for the sake of time. This video still ended up being like 10 minutes long, so... Yeah, you know what? In fact, some of that stuff is just so crazy. The, this puzzle here, right? This one. Something about... There's been 2 of these puzzles in this game that I thought were... For whatever reason, I had way more trouble doing like a very similar action. Nice. Two of those it's particular puzzles. Follower. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, it, whatever. What can you do? I swear, something's wrong. Something's weird about the controls for, like, just 2 of those puzzles. Or at least one in the temple where we got that, or the dungeon, rather, and then this one. This one took forever until I realized, oh, man... I shouldn't be using the slingshot. Let me get out the boomerang. Silly me. Cool. All right. Yeah. Thanks for coming over to Twitch. All right. And then we this one here. You've got to move this magnetic ball all the way over. Exactly, Rhizome. And then this part, I was like, oh, you know, this is yet another puzzle where, you know, you think you're kind of at the end, and then there's one more. Oh, shit, I didn't, how come I didn't notice that? Or, you know, how did I miss that? Which is that once I put this here, I'm going to be blocked in, and none of those blocks move. Pretty sure. So you got to just do this. Get out, get Link out of that little square there, and then pull it over. This room took a very long time as well. Lots of... You had to move some pots around. Some of them are just there to get you confused. But, and I like this room as well. I didn't show you every button press, but each of these buttons triggered a few enemies. I think maybe even like 3 or 4 of every enemy. Well, I don't... Not every enemy, but... You get my point. Each one is a wave of like 4 enemies, something like that. This room here took a long time. I ended up having to take a little break, walk away for a second. They disappear all the time, Dustin. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, I like to keep them going. The sound effects sometimes. It's if anything, it amuses me. So this part here, yeah, I tried from like the row above where Link is now. I tried from kind of like maybe if you went straight up from where the switch is. And I kept getting closest to this one here, or rather from this position. And then I eventually got it. And what's funny is the time that I got it done, I didn't keep the sound effects that I used in the stream on. But... There's like a good pause, and then I know at that moment we had hit, I think the I'm pissed now, and then the very next throw, like after that pause, it was perfect.
Perfect.
Anyway, I think it's coming up. This is me collecting myself, and then here's the throw. I like the little nervous scoot backwards too, right before. Oh yeah, that's a tough throw. That definitely took, I feel like I could get in and do it better now. Get it done a lot faster, but... I want to see more. I don't think I've ever seen really anything more than like a minute or 2 of just like clips or like a short piece of footage from Captain N. Mostly to like introduce like, oh, here's what Mother Brain looked like, or, you know, stuff like that. I've definitely never seen like a full cartoon of it. This one here took a long time. You have to go in order of the dungeons. This is basically a map of Holodrum, this game's setting. And it was a pretty sweet little challenge. I picked up on what you needed to do really quickly. Or like, you know, what the gag is, just based on, because he said, like, pay attention to the locations. And so I understood what they wanted us to do really quickly, but you can't see the map of like, you can't see the overworld map from here. You can only see this little mini dungeon map. So I had to go and try to guess my way through it, and it did not go well. I remember all these dungeons, but not like the order of them escapes me. So anyway, this was the final attempt after many. Yeah, so you get the wrong box and you have to start the whole thing over. But although you can open up any unopened chest for another rupee to earn some money back, but this was after pretty much getting like one chest at a time and then missing it and then having to go back, you know. Here's our big reward, other than the satisfaction of having beaten it. We get a ring here, which was power level 3, I think, ring or something. Power ring level 3, and yeah, well put on this. Yeah, Vasu, the ring guy, right? The most complex character in any Zelda game. He needs more. We need more Vasu dialogue. So yeah, Powpuck made the point. It's high risk, high reward, especially if you play pretty well. If you're nice and dodgy, if you're nice and evasive, you know, you've got a sword damage up by 3, but then the damage you take goes up by that same amount. I should get it out and just play around with it for a bit. The only thing is, you can put the rings in your box. You have to get them out of Vasu's jeweler, you know, out of the store or whatever, and get them in your box. But from there, I think maybe you don't have to equip everything that you have on you. Let me check that real quick. Anyway, that's it for the recap. That was Monday. I like doing these recaps. That one took a long time because I didn't know where to cut. I'll find that middle ground somewhere, but. And that's even just like, I'm not even doing any editing other than really just clipping it down. And that took long enough. Anyway, it helps me pick up where we're left off. Let's play this game. I also like that, they had this cartoon with, like, these Nintendo characters, and then, I'm curious, you mentioned Simon Belmont. That has me kind of thinking, what other sort of non-Nintendo characters, I wonder, did they have in the show? I think it's time to bring Vasu back, you know, who knows? I gotta say, when I played Breath of the Wild, there was one night, I was like playing it late at night or something, and I'm seeing way across the way, I forget his name, but I love this character, but he looks like a real creepy, just a little creeper dude, a half monster kind of thing, and he's in a big wagon with, like, there's some masks, and I remember it having, like, I'm trying to remember what it had. You see his sort of setup from kind of far away. I could like see it from pretty far away in the game, and it's just one of those. It took me forever to beat Breath of the Wild, but I gotta admit there were some pretty pure moments where it's just like, what is that thing over there? I want to explore. I want to see what that is. And then I got over there and was not disappointed. He had all this like trippy purple smoke coming off of him too, or something. I don't remember. He has I think he sells armor, or you can trade something for armor. I think that's maybe where you get like some of that like don't know. There's some. Yeah, it's like a wagon. Yeah. He's got like a. I think maybe he sells you some stuff that like lets you be around some of the like undead creatures and stuff. All right. Kid Icarus and Pit. Okay, yeah. Mega Man as well. Yeah, I was surprised. I think I'd heard that before about Simon Belmont, but yeah, that's cool. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, it was, yeah, there were some moments in that game where I you know, you see something from so far away and you just, I want to go see what that is right now. And you know, it can be really rewarding. Other times it's like, hey, I climbed a giant mountain, but at least usually that led to like, I don't know, seeing another shrine or something. I started playing a little bit of Tears of the Kingdom again recently because I got it around launch. But I didn't play very much. I got bogged down really early on before I'd even truly done anything big like story-wise line, storyline-wise, story-wise line. I've not known who this megaphone goes to. That's the next spot in the trading game. I've been playing for a while with this megaphone on Link, and I wanted to clear the log jam, so finally looked up. I got some spoilers. I had to go look this one up, and once I saw who this megaphone goes to, I was like, oh man, that's right. Haven't seen them in a while. Story wine lies. Yep. I feel like that's a phrase that when I'm streaming, yeah, I often struggle with that one. So we're gonna go see Talon, and I know he's kind of up in the like. I think he's sort of in the northeast corner of the map. I don't know if going to the falls is the best way to get over there, or I might try this North Horon warp here. Yeah, well, you know, I got a little bogged down kind of early on, and it's not so much it's not so much the fault of the game as much as I was busy too, and there was one little thing I was trying to do and I couldn't pull it off, and I only had like a few minutes to play for a few nights in a row, and I had just kind of a frustrating time of like, damn, I'm not really... I know I could move on, but I'm not making any progress in this one thing I want to do right here. And I ended up just playing something else and putting it away for 2 years, actually. And I when I looked at the file, it had been since around this time last year that we played it. Or rather, 2023. So I picked it back up recently, and, you know, I don't know, I'm going to give it another... I think especially once we get Final Fantasy VII done. Wife and I are playing that one. I might give it another shot, but a part of me almost wants to play Breath of the Wild more than... for a second time, more than Tears, but I don't know. Oh, I need to come from that direction, don't I? I don't think I can fly and chop the grass. Oh, well. Well, we can go most places. Yeah. And, right, and I will say, like, that's one thing about the game that I'm, I just, you know... I'm not really that interested in building the machines and stuff that I... You know, when the game first came out, I did a lot to avoid spoilers and try not to see too much, but, you know, I'd see, like, some little gameplay clips and stuff, and most of what I saw was, like, because I guess this was kind of the wow factor of this game, and, you know, it's the internet, everybody's gonna try to show off, but a lot of the early stuff I was seeing just involved those giant, you know, somebody building some just crazy machine to... Oops. You know, the Moblin Hunter 3000 Oh, maybe he can't. Oh, maybe with a, Yeah, so that's funny. Yeah, I don't have that yet. Well, you know, that's good to hear. I guess, you know, I was a little bit worried about it. And I don't hate building stuff. I will say there's those moments where I'm like, I'll snap out of it and I'm like, I'm looking at what was it I was trying to do the other day? How is this? I don't know, this one dungeon, and I found one of the solutions for it, or one of the shrines, sorry, I'm using the old terms, but I eventually found what was probably the, like, okay, they're giving you this solution, or this is probably what they sort of, one of the main things they would have intended you to do. But prior to that, I was trying to build the dumbest thing, and like at a certain point it was like just like a post and then a couple of really just like a couple of kind of, I don't know, rectangle sections or something, and trying to connect it with the post. It wasn't even that much, but I tried a couple times to get it to solve this little puzzle, and at a certain point I looked at the clock and I'd been sitting there for almost, you know, like it had been like, I had told my wife, like, oh, let me try something real quick, and I'd like asked for the controller, and then it had been like 20 minutes since I had said that, and I'm like fiddling around with like it was maybe like a post and like a couple of, you know, like rectangle stand kind of things, and maybe one other thing, and like, and I'm like, oh my god, and I realized I'm not any closer to what, I don't think that what I'm thinking of is gonna work, and I'm not any closer to getting it done. And it was just kind of that moment of like, my god, man, snap out of it, you know. Maybe you do have to get up there from, no, how do you know what, I think maybe I'm better off getting to the mountains. Let me see if we can get there from here, but we might be better off going, you might have to go further west and then up and then cut back to the northeast. Thinking that's what we gotta do. I don't think we can get north from here. Oh. Yeah, oh, you know what? I remember one of them recently was just trying to, I found what looked to be, oh, I don't know what you would call it, but it kind of like a hot air balloon looking thing, but just a sturdy, you know, the shell of it, I guess. And I was trying to put an engine on it, and you know, a couple other things. That was another, like, hey, let me see the controller. I think I'm seeing, I got a vision right now, you know. And yeah, again, 20 minutes later. I guess 20 minutes isn't really anything probably for that game, and building something. Yeah, well, thanks for that. Yeah, I've barely gotten into the depths. It's interesting because, like, yeah, totally. And I guess for a little while I had those, like, things you could shoot and light it up, but all that's temporary, I suppose. I forget what they're called, little seeds or something. I should give this one a try before I replay Breath of the Wild. I think I should try to go through Tears. If anything, I am interested. I'm interested in, I don't know much in terms of like spoilers, or I really did avoid a lot of that stuff, so I have a lot of surprises in store, which I'm stoked on. I don't even really know Link's like abilities that he gets, assuming he gets something kind of like you know, those additional abilities you get as you go through Breath of the Wild. Okay, actually, maybe if I go here, I think that cave will get us further north. Yeah, it's nice to not know everything about it. I mean, you know, there's no wrong way to do anything. And shoot, I've got people that watch this stream and are, maybe are going to play this game someday, and they don't care about spoilers. But you know, there's no right answer. But I found for me, I really want a lot of it to be not known. You know, I think I also, just in general, I have a little bit of a low tolerance for learning too much about games that I don't intend to play, or if it's a game I'm going to play later on, I'm kind of like, it's a little bit of like, okay, well, let me plug my ears while everyone I know around me talks about this game, or, you know, like, it's not a hard and fast, like, I don't ever want a spoiler, you know. It's just kind of a general... Try to minimize it, you know. No more shitting bombs and Tears of the Kingdom. Man, some of those abilities, I feel like I overused. I think freezing everybody, there was a certain point when it's like, I'm just awful at combat. And I think it became like tossing bombs from like a very high, from a great height, you know. That was like one of my main strategies, I think. Damn, I forget how to get further east. Probably got to go up, I guess. Oh. Dropping the controller. Wait, what is this? This is what takes you to the Goron. Yeah, this takes us to the next mountain shelf. Mm-hmm. I'm curious about Buck. I didn't know what's happening with tomorrow. Like we're getting a trailer coming out or anything. I saw something out of context, you know, and I haven't been paying much attention. Like I knew, okay, they announced Metroid Prime 4, and then out of nowhere, I was just on Reddit. Not even. I had a couple minutes earlier. Just did a bit of scrolling, and I happened to see someone talking about some gameplay elements. I won't repeat what I saw, but talking about. Basically, giving a comparison of that game of Metroid Prime 4 to something else. And, the full game! Dang. Yeah, I had no idea. Well, it had made my radar, and you guys mentioned it when I guess that was announced at a something came out from a Nintendo Direct or something a couple months back. I need to go further east, actually. I don't think that this is... I'm way up there now. I forget where this leads to, actually. Whoops. Get a boomerang. Oh, this takes us up to Bigoron, I think. So, I'm trying to get over to a guy that's sleeping, and I think he's over here somewhere. Oh, I forgot that there was a warp over there. Maybe that's how you have to get to some of that. I don't know. I think if you go the other way, that leads to Bigoron. I only played, I played a little bit of Prime, well, just Metroid Prime when it came out, and it was, I remember being blown away, you know, by just, yeah, presentation, graphics, atmosphere, sound. However, I don't think I was truly ready for the, I don't think I was really... I think at that point I didn't quite understand the, like, Metroid sort of gameplay, you know, and I think that was also maybe my first of those games. And around that time, I got Fusion. And I did play through all of Fusion and beat it. But, you know, I didn't have anybody who was into the series around me, and I didn't really do much, like, research into it or anything. And I had no idea until years later that Metroid Fusion was, you know, a little bit different from the rest of the series, and it, well, I should say more, kind of more streamlined. Damn, just passed through here. A little more objective based, kind of less open. But it was really, I gotta say, even though I didn't have the context of any of the rest of the series, I really loved Fusion. I thought I did enjoy it. And I don't think it would have made me not want the like, gameplay style of the previous and then some of the Metroid games to come. That, you know, I don't think that would have, you know, playing Fusion didn't, like, ruin me, you know. You know, if you don't play the right first game in a series, my God, you know. Some people really worry about that, or sort of a flow chart for, like, how to get into a series or something. It's pretty hard. I have to say, I did find that I think my thoughts, it's really hard for me with some of these NES games. I know I sound like I just defend it, like I would only defend them, or, you know. But I gotta say, that first playthrough of Metroid that I did, you know, the original one, I did it a couple years back, or actually just about a year ago, and it had its frustrating moments, and I think that was what I would expect for kind of like any first playthrough. Over time, I started to make my own map as we went through that first playthrough too, and some of it was a little garbo, but it actually was helpful. But one thing I learned about that game is, after I beat it, like about, I don't know, I gave it maybe a day in between or something, and then I fired it up for a second playthrough and, like, beat it all in that, you know, kind of beat it all in one sitting, or, you know, one sesh. And I got a much better time, and I got, you know, that first time through, I got the worst ending, and this last time, I guess it was the second time through, and I got, it's like your third best ending, I believe. I think there's two better ones than that. Where are you, Malon? He might... Oh, yeah, we can go further east now. Let's just do that. Not that this opens up here. Is he... Maybe he's on this side, yeah. Talon. I think I said Malon earlier. We want tea. T-Roy, what's going on, man? Welcome. Yeah, I ended up really liking the first Metroid. That I gotta say, I think playing that second playthrough had me sort of realizing, whoa, this, just as many games are. Some games, though, it's even more of a cool, I don't know, phenomenon. But quite a difficult first playthrough. But man, I felt like when I got it done, it was like, oh yeah, I was on top of the world. That felt like a good gaming accomplishment. And then second playthrough that I did maybe just a couple days later, I still had a pretty good memory of the map and stuff, or at least a decent one, and a couple of those spots, you know, that had just really dragged me down in the first playthrough, I was able to get through so much faster. And I realized, like, oh man, like after that, during and after that second playthrough, I was like, this is a different game for me now. Like, I'm realizing what people would come to love about this, who would play these games multiple times. And yeah, man, I think I think you know, you get a similar thing with like Super Metroid or the other ones. Like once you sort of know where to go a little bit, or you know, there's that one wall you needed to shoot that you were stuck on for hours. Well, now you know that that's there. Maybe you don't remember it's exactly there, but you know that's a thing you should be looking for. And in that second playthrough, I started to realize, like, whoa, okay, I see why people love this series so much. And it ain't just the one playthrough and then it's done. It's that it becomes such a different game as you begin to get better at the map and you can traverse the map faster and you just get good. And it becomes a different game, you know? You guys can probably think of some other games like that. Right. There's a lot of that, right? Across the board in games, but some games is just such a good feeling. You know? I wish I did, Rhizone. I need that. I need... Oi! Where is Talon? I don't know where the old man is. I think maybe to the right where that Kuko is. Okay, yeah. Oh, thanks for the reminder about being the PS2 game, yeah. Yeah. Or a PS2 kid, rather, yeah. I guess, you know, that's coming out, but, you know, I'm already in high school, or you know, I guess that's coming out as I'm going into high school pretty much. And I had some buddies who were big into the PlayStation side of things. And at that point, I was really thankful I got to borrow a friend's PlayStation. I think I need to... We gotta pull those mushrooms, huh? Let's do it. Where's my rod? There it is. The T-Roy, 4th most watched channel. Sorry, I saw that pop up and I wanted to get to it, but yeah, man. Thanks for watching the stream. Those year-end wrap-ups are here. I'm afraid to check mine, honestly. I told my wife I'm a little hesitant to... I'm feeling a bit hesitant to... Oh, that's not what I thought it was. To go check my Spotify end of the year recap, because I shouldn't put Gosh the Seeds way up here. Maybe I... And in this season, what am I thinking? Oh, maybe this is a good spot. I don't know how to get to Talon. I don't remember. Maybe a different season lets us over there. Yeah, the Spotify one I'm afraid to check because there's a couple songs I will use as like a, you know, I'll make the playlist and I'll put a song at the top or towards the top or something, just because it's a guaranteed. Stop talking to this guy. It's a guaranteed. Thanks, Rhodes. I could use a drink. It's like a guaranteed. I forgot what I was saying. It's guaranteed. Oh, Rotes wants to be regaled with the tale of Pokemon Stadium. Okay. Well, I'll do the... I need to work on this as my elevator pitch. Get it down to a nice short speech. In the US, many of us grew up with just 2 Pokemon Stadium games for the Nintendo 64. Pokemon Stadium 1 and, well, Pokemon Stadium 2. As it turns out, our Japanese counterparts got 3 Pokemon Stadium games. The first one that was just Pokemon Stadium would never come to the US. Which is honestly probably a good thing, because that game sucked and only let you get, like, I believe 40 of the Pokemon, or rather, you only got to battle with maybe 40 or so of the Pokemon. The rest were rendered, and in the game, you could see them in your Pokédex, but they but they, you know, you couldn't fight as them. So, so that first Pokemon Stadium game in Japan, that's just Pokemon Stadium, never came out here in the U.S. And yeah, again, I think I'd be disappointed had it come out here and you could only play as 40 of them. Thanks, Rhizone. Yeah, there's one, there was one section I didn't check, Alpuck. Yeah, thanks for... Wait, I guess now we can, actually jump to that middle cave there, huh? Whoops, that's not the one I meant to do, but... That one leads right there, huh? Very central. Let me get back up there one more time. I gotta admit, I've sort of lost my train of thought on this game the last... Oh, I do want to try that. I want to put the ice back and go into that cave. Go to the ice. Go to winter. What'd you get today, Roats? $1 million. Been a long time since we've been in some of these parts. Ah, Fairy Fountain. Free McD socks. Oh, a Grinch Happy... I missed the first one. A Grinch Happy Meal. Mill. There's the Alabama. A Grinch Happy Meal. Okay. So, Roats got the Grinch Happy Meal. And got a free McDonald's socks. So, how does this work now? Do you need to... What do you have to do? Send off for it or something? Grinch sock in the box. So you had some Grinch socks in the box. Let me try to change to spring and get up on one of these platforms. I've completely forgotten how to get to that eastern portion. So I know that it's not like this, but I'm just imagining pulling the socks out and they're like kind of greasy with some of the fry, you know, the fry grease and stuff. This is I put it on summer, didn't I? The season is no, or spring. Yeah, all right. I do want to see these. That's funny. So is it? So yeah, how does it work? You said there you get one of 4. Does it always have the? I have no idea how this promo works, but yeah. In each of those Grinch themed boxes, you will find a pair of socks. Is that right, or is it still a kind of? Or just like every, I don't know, they're only sending out so many Happy Meals with the box and stuff. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Hey, they look like decent socks. I'm seeing the like deconstructed arch on it too. No, sorry. It's just that it's turned to the side. Okay. That's a full M. We got a full M. I was only seeing one arch on both. Enhance. All right. You guys can't see these feet pics here. All right. I'm going to get up, go this way. This might be what we were looking to do the whole time, actually. I'm not sure. forgot what all this was. Oh, wow. Yeah. I need to be down below us, I think. Damn. A jump from here. He used to be down there, Talon did, I thought. Like, kind of down in the bottom, you know, sort of bottom right down there, man. Balbuck, yeah. I seen your comment about the Grinch, yeah. I think that was kind of part of, you know, coming out of his shell a little bit, you know, is, now he's it's kind of how I learned to stop worrying, and signed a you know, he just signed that deal with McDonald's. Good for the Grinch. Oh, I did see that this, I did see that the McRib is back, and it had me thinking, how often does this thing, is it revived, the McRib? I think I've had one. Well, I mean, I there's nothing from McDonald's I can eat at this point, basically. But and as a kid, we didn't eat. There was more when I was little. I remember Happy Meals, and then I didn't really have any. And like, you know, I'm not really eating it like at a certain point after just being quite young. I remember getting to a certain point in like high school, the end of high school or something, and I don't know, folks were talking about fast food, and like I said I had never had a Big Mac, and they were like, wait, what? Oh my god. And I remember like trying it, and I mean, this is okay, but it's a lot of bread. Rotes, oh, careful, y'all. Rote said, stay far away from it, you will puke. I remember a lot of the chicken. I did the like chicken nugget Happy Meals as a kid a lot. I did. I actually I would eat the fish fillet too. That was one of the things I would. I don't know. There was one time we were in the McDonald's drive-thru, and I said the F word without really knowing what it meant. I think I was really little at this point, and I just said, like, you know, we're at the drive-thru, and I told my dad, I was like, I want some effing fish. I was very excited, and all right, what do you want? What do you want, son? I want some effing fish. Okay, well, oh yeah, that's right. Those things, you can attack those flowers in a certain McRibbon. Yeah, let's go to summer. Rote says, on the topic of food. Yeah, Palpuck, I mean, there's a... I remember it being... I would have so much of it for a certain point. Or like, I don't know, I think especially when I first, like, got my car and stuff. It didn't help, too, that my dad could barely cook, so... you know, there was a lot of... Honestly, I worked at Subway, and he'd always have me, like, bring home a sandwich. I got my Kuko. I think that this is where we wanted... I don't know. I think he's up in one of those caves. But maybe we can jump there now. Oh, I kind of forgot about how this works. Press the button rapidly, Link. There you go. He's in one of these caves. Let's just check this one first, I guess. Right. Well, that's the thing, Palpuck. We actually, we got to the next window, and lady gave us our order and stuff, and my dad just pulled into one of the spots at the McDonald's and was like, "Son, I got to tell you a little bit about how fish reproduce." Okay. Actually, he probably even had to start with the basics of like, don't say that word you just said, because I think that this is one of those like first times they're hearing me say a cuss word. And I really didn't know what it meant. I don't think at all. And I said it very excitedly, I knew what I wanted. I wanted some effing fish. I think that's also one of those situations where you notice all the adults laughing around you, and you can't not notice that as a kid. So now I've essentially been rewarded for dropping the F-bomb, I did what any dumb kid would do. Just started repeating it all over the place. No. I couldn't let the joke die. I think he got me my effing fish that day. I think I got my fish fillet. Well, maybe he's down in this one. Where the hell is Talon's dad? I don't understand. Malon's dad. I saw that they were the ones that we need to go to for this next item, but I did not actually like... I thought I just knew where they were, so I didn't really... This is already done. That's cool. Gets us to the exit. Well, darn. Is it a different season? I don't understand. Yeah. Rhodes needs an effing shower. Well, thanks for the lurk, man. Yeah. Lost followers. Oh, I missed those messages. Yeah. Oh man, you can't worry too much about that. People come and go. Could have even deleted accounts. Oh, I must have missed something even higher up. I guess I did. Oh. Oh, man. You know what, man? Sorry, and you guys were fighting over... You need to lurk. I understand. I shouldn't keep you here. But sorry, I didn't catch that beginning of the convo, so I was having to work backwards. Oh, I don't really look. It's tough because like, I know that the follower count can go up and down and stuff, and I'll have I'll have Twitch do its like you can have it set a goal or give you like a recommended goal for followers, and sometimes I'll have that up, and I have had people say, "Hey, let me help you get to your goal," which it's like, duh, of course, that's a good. If you want people to follow, you should, that's not a bad thing to have. But yeah. Ah! Yeah. Hey, yeah, well, thanks for the YouTube. Actually, I've had a lot of folks... YouTube's been really busy for me, which I appreciate. Yeah, notice that I didn't have an unkind word to say about, well, actually, they weren't into Arby's. They were into something else over Arby's. Okay, I gotta say, this sounds to me like... I'm gonna give you the example here. Okay. As a former teacher, hey, shoot, it doesn't matter that I ever taught, but I think I even heard this one as a student. I got written up for sharpening my pencil. Right, you've probably heard that one before. Man, my teacher wrote me up for sharpening my pencil. I got detention for getting up and throwing away a piece of paper. And that's surely the only thing, right, that they got written up, right? So I don't know. I can't help but wonder, Rotes, what did you get yourself into here? You know, was it just about the Arby's, or did it become? Did you get written up just because of the Arby's? Man, I was just telling someone I like Arby's, and they stopped following. Oh, man. Yeah, it's... Yeah, I'm... In the words of Kid Rock, you know, I guess that's the price you pay. We quote him a lot on this channel. I think long ago, Pal Puck was trying to give me some more directions on how to actually get... Yeah, okay, that's right. You said nearer the dungeon. Yeah, you know what? I guess maybe getting... I forgot the whole Kuko... You use a Kuko from another section, I think, to get up to where he is. Is that how it works? Oh. I forgot that he's... Well, here it is. This is the one, I guess. Yeah, get Moosh's flute. I think we just talked to it? He doesn't seem to hear you. Wake him with the megaphone? Here it is, finally. Oh yeah. Man, I looked the spoiler up of just who needed this megaphone, but I stopped. I didn't want any of the context, like where they were, or and yeah, it still took me a long time.
This is the way.
That's okay. Wake him with the megaphone? Look at the little icon for it too. Hey, what's up, Metroid? We found someone to wake up with this megaphone. We're gonna see what they give us. How you doing? MH, welcome. I think we should wake him. Huh? What? Who? This won't do. I slept clean through winter. Now I can't get to the summit. Oh well, I'll go back home to Malon. I'll take that megaphone if you don't need it. Have a mushroom instead. All right, we got our mushroom. Very cool. That's funny, Dustin. It does suck when you're a kid who has said something or done a gesture that you truly didn't understand, but like you have no way of convincing somebody of that. Well, Rotes, I wouldn't lose too much sleep about it. Maybe they were playing anyway and I'll come back and follow, but yeah. You know what? Here's the thing, man. I just hope you can enjoy Arby's without thinking of those people. You know? Don't let them ruin that roast beef for you. We got a ring. Wonder what this ring is. Dude. Every Well, you know what? You're gonna have to do some PR on this and address everyone. I don't know what you would say in this speech, but you might just have to like record a VOD, post it to Twitch or something. I may enjoy Arby's, but I am not a crook. You got to get out ahead of this, man. Because you know those people are out there slandering you. What about a new contender enters? What about White Castle? I was seeing someone said, "Oh, Metroid's on your side. Roast beef is better than Big Macs, though." I think between if I can eat either of them, yeah, you put a Big Mac or an Arby's roast beef, and pretty much try to control as many variables as you can about how old the food is, etc. And I think I would probably go for the roast beef. I don't know. Now, I remember the Big Mac. I remember someone told me, dude, don't get a Big Mac. What you do is you get the quarter, or you get like a double quarter pounder or something, or something along those lines. I don't remember what it was, which sounds like a lot of food. But or maybe it was just a double. I can't remember. They were basically, it was kind of like a whole bunch of food, less bread. Which, you get that extra layer of bread that's just not really necessary in the Big Mac. Since the 20th century. Yeah, I haven't had it either. Yeah, I think maybe last time I had McDonald's. Double quarter pounder, yeah. Well, I think that was the move. I think that was the tip I got was, yeah, go for that, because getting a similar amount of food, but hold the bread. All right, guys, so we just did the next part of the trading game. Now we have a mushroom, and I'm thinking we need to bring this to the witch, whom we haven't seen in a long time. Actually, it's been a couple streams. I don't find myself over there that often. I'm trying to remember where it is. That is a long time. When I was last eating, I mean, at this point, it's all plant-based for me. That's why I've mentioned I'm not eating I'm not having the stuff, but I guess I loved Taco Bell. That was my thing. I was a big Taco Bell head. And I gotta say, I think it's probably gone downhill based on the few times I've had it in the last couple of years. Not that it was ever that amazing. It used to be, like, comparatively a lot more affordable, I think. And I remember there was, like, a 79, 89, 99 cent menu, and the old heads were already talking about their, like, I don't know, 69, 79, 89, or some, previous menu that was smaller denominations of money, but smaller amounts. Chipotle. I feel like when I remember, like, those first couple times of going to Chipotle, I remember thinking, like, damn, this is a lot of food. And I'm not volunteering to do this, but I don't know if anybody here can roll this burrito. I think this thing's we're gonna have a blowout. Palpuck, I've heard about that. Yeah. That's hilarious. I'm curious where A&W is from, if they're I wasn't aware that they weren't American. You weren't necessarily saying that they weren't, just that, hey, we couldn't figure it out. They were making, at the very least, yeah, it's the fractions, right? Someone's sitting around like, man, I'm trying to eat a burger, not do fractions here. Third of a pound is less than a quarter of a pound, right? Gotta be. I want a burger, not for. I wanted food, not math. Hey, welcome, Sonic Lover. Hey, welcome. What's going on? Happy Friday. Happy Wednesday. Happy Friday, too. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, what did you do? All right, let me take stock for just 1 second. Yeah, right. Sonic, yeah. What did you do to get in trouble? I'm curious. Yeah, whatever day you guys want it to be. Roy Rogers sounds familiar. Roy Rogers Restaurants, fast food company. Well, sorry to hear that, Sonic, and I think you know, I'm trying to use that name since you logged in on that one, but yeah. Good luck. You know, sometimes being grounded can be a blessing in disguise, you know. Maybe you got something you've been needing to work on. Some work, something you've been wanting to make. Maybe you have access to games. You apparently aren't so grounded that you can't still like see a stream or something. So sounds like you've you know, you got some entertainment options. But yeah, sorry to hear that. I don't know, you know, Sonic 3, I don't know. Sonic 2, I do still want to try and beat at some point. But yeah, you know, we got to get around to it. I think I would still like to try Sonic 2 again, because it feels like unfinished business. All right, now where is his house? Like, who's Holly? Where's the witch's house? It might. I wonder if it's on the map here. I really. Got to take this over to. I've only popped in there once or twice. Over to where, you know, the witch hut, I suppose, but it's where Maple's master works. Or witch mama? I don't know. Nope. That was quick. No more grounding. That was fast and confusing. Oh, maybe it is Palpuck. They just give us the gates, and then, you don't get much for... Well, let's go back up there. We were just hanging out there. I guess we're not far away. Let me do this, and I might have to get us a break in a little bit, sadly. I've never played Gain Ground. I think I've heard of it, but I don't know the first thing about it. Arcade game. I like the cover for it. This looks cool. So arcade, and then also at least also for Genesis, maybe some other systems too. I can get some box art for you. IGN has these like big shots of the box art, but it's cut off to only be like usually kind of the main image, and I don't know why they. Yeah, I wish we could get the full thing with, you know. Let me get this for you guys. Yeah, apparently so. Maybe on some other stuff too. Yeah, you mentioned it for Genesis. We'll have to look it up now. Yeah, Gain Ground by Renovation Products. I don't know that I know Renovation Products. Renovation. I need my my game renovated. Look at this. So right off the bat, you've got Guile on the right side. You've got a samurai in the center. You've got Rogue on the left. You've got at least 2 Death Stars firing down upon everyone. Renovation. I'm gaining ground on the tile grout in the bathroom. Really been working on it for a while now. Just the latest of renovation products. I like the guy on the left with the gun. The big furry beast that may be holding a gun. Unless that's somebody else's gun. Just on the left-hand margin there. All I know is I have some in-laws who've been working. I know that it's a labor of love, but I'm like, my God, I feel for them because it's like once you start renovating, it's like, oh yeah, now I don't have a bathroom until I finish this job. We're down a bathroom until this job is done. This looks cool. What kind of game is it? I don't know that it was an arcade game. If not, maybe I just saw where it says arcade style. But yeah. I'm gonna look it up right now. It does, Palpuck. Yeah, I saw Rogue for sure. Gain ground. X-Men. You know what? It was released as an arcade video game by Sega in '88. It was ported to the Master System. Wow, I wonder what that version looks like. The Mega Drive and Genesis and the TurboGrafx CD. Oh, sorry. I could have let you guys see that. Anyway, it's gone now, but... Yeah, I get that from the screenshot I was seeing. Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, that's right, Sonic Lover. Talking Sega. Everyone's favorite. Man, I'm getting distracted. I should probably get a bathroom break in a second. I said everybody's favorite, but of course, I'm a Nintendo nerd, and I do love some Sega. All that being said. Me and those Sega kids and us Nintendo nerds, ultimately we have more in common than we do different. Fortress of Dr. Radiaki. Was this from... Well, I know you were playing, we raided in and oh gosh, what was that game? Monkey Island, right? Something Monkey Island. Right, that looked fun. I've seen a little bit of footage and heard about that game before, but yeah. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, Metroid Hatchling was playing that game, and then I'm confused with this other game you guys are talking about here, Fortress of... I don't know if that's like a portion of that game, or if that's a whole separate game. You beat it. Oh, very cool. You just did a marathon session and just beat the game? I think you were saying you had started it. That's awesome. Thanks for that stream, Metroid. That was fun. It was awful. Well, I saw you streaming, and not typically if I'm gonna raid, I'll check in and see how they're talking. If they, because most people give it away if they're about to. I'll say I'm winding it down or da da da. A lot of that is just wishful sometimes, like me thinking I'm about to quit, but. I checked in and I was like, oh yeah, well he's only been at it for like, at that point I think it was maybe 10 or 15 minutes since you had like reconnected, I think, you know, you'd had a drop. So I thought you'd only been at it for a little bit. And then you mentioned you'd been playing for like 8 hours or something. That's a whole lot of Monkey Island in one sitting. All right, guys, let's get a little break. Thank you so much for hanging. I'm having a good time. You guys are so much fun. When I get back, I'll see if I can keep the conversation going and work towards finishing this trading game and maybe getting us into level 8. All right, let's all get a nice long break. I'll see you back here in a little bit for more more Monkey Island Memorial. All right, BRB.
Open your eyes. Open your eyes.
Hey guys, happy Wednesday, welcome. We are working our way through Oracle of Seasons. This is part 2 of 2 games, you know, you do them in either order. We did Oracle of Ages first, get a password at the end of that, plug it into Seasons, and a bunch of additional story comes out as well, as if the game and some of these characters know what I did in the previous game. We're on our way towards like the ultimate, like kind of secret boss between the 2 games if you link them up. So yeah, I'm loving it. We're getting hopefully towards the end of this trading game. I don't know how far it goes, but that's sort of first order of business. After that, we're trying to get into dungeon number 8, and I think we saw it. I took a note on it. I actually haven't looked at that in a long time since we took it, but I think it's down in Subrosia. But it looks like we'll need a war point to get over to it, so yeah, I guess not really the true secret. I guess I could just say the like full ending or whatever. You know, yeah, it wasn't quite secret, so to speak. All right, last thing we got in our trading sequence is the mushroom. So we're looking now for the witch, the lion, the witch, and the wardrobe. There's a witch's hut around here somewhere. Thanks. Nice, Valpuck. So having never seen any of those movies, some friends and I got together and with the intention of watching a bad movie, and I don't know how this one was recommended, but we ended up watching I Know What You Did Last Summer 3, I think. And they go to an island or something. It was really bad. And we'll just say that the capital of Brazil plays a key role in the storyline of this movie. Not as a setting, but more so just the name of it. It was indeed a bad movie. It was a bad movie. Alright, looking for a witch. Is she up in the very witchy looking section up there? Oops, looking at the wrong screen. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. Oh, that puts me out here? What? Okay, I had no idea. Can't get back up that way, huh? Well, darn. We jumped off the shelf. We have, I think, Sonic Lover is in Schrodinger's grounding right now. They are both grounded and not grounded. At any given time, they operate both states. Go back up to the, just warp there. Shoot. Toss a seed and be done with it. Well, you know, I was just really trying to figure it out because you had said you were grounded, right? I could be hallucinating, but I thought I saw those words come through. So I was very confused, and I don't know how, you know, I don't know to what extent I care to investigate. More so just that there is a bit of there's a morbid curiosity at the very least, you know. Are they up in that centerpiece? I just don't remember. I popped into the witch's hut a couple times and it was like, nope, you don't have what I need in life. I'll see you later, these little boys. Didn't we? Oh, they were the ones trying to kill the, you know, trying to kill our buddy Dimitri, believe it or not. I was talking to playlists earlier and, you know, year-end or year-end wrap-ups and whatnot. This is that same spot, huh? I was wondering if there was another way, like, you can only go south from this room, though. Doggone it. Sounds like a solid start. I don't think I know this song, Sonic, but it sounds like the first couple bars that they came spitting. I'll eagerly await the developments here of what is this? Dax's duets. I won't be looking into it now, but I'm kind of curious, you know, where that rap takes us. I thought at first it was the Taxes duet. I was thinking, now we're talking. Okay, let me, I guess the witch's hut, I don't know, the only place I haven't been to is that center, but yeah. It's okay, no worries, Pal Puck. I passed into the witch's hut just a time or two, and we never needed what was there. Or at the very least, we weren't ready for it, you know, so I just remember kind of talking to her. She would complain about Maple not having the ingredients that she needs for potions, you know, which is our tell for this, you know, for this portion of the trading sequence. Doodle-doo. Do. Bars for days.
Oh my! NANI?
Where do I want to go? Is it that center part, and how did I get there? Yeah, it may just be time to really just, yeah, search the map. I was curious earlier, but, you know, it's funny because there's been a couple times I've been asked about, like, oh, isn't it this or that thing on the map? And usually there's some level for me of trying to look for it, but it's a lot of squares. I would hope that they would have their own dedicated square with the title and stuff. Many of them do. Why not both, Sonic? There's probably a good chance it was a sound effect. I'm not sure which one you're referring to, but yeah. Hold on. Over here, you've got... Okay, Villa. I know that I've talked to Maple before. Well, or, you know, whoever runs that shop. But, man, I just don't know. Man, I just don't know. I'll tell you what, guys. Where's your shop? Well, I should have done... Yeah, I should have just checked the... You know, I don't know why I was looking outside of the flooded area, but I didn't need to do a greater search. I should have checked here first. But yeah, it is the one in the... It is that little island. I just got to get to it. I'm trying to remember what gets us there.
You don't want to hurt the boy, Harvey.
We can warp just, oh, I guess it's a season change, doesn't it? It's like winter, maybe, or I can't remember. If you guys haven't seen this yet, this is always worth doing. Poor King Moblin. You see this house here already bandaged up, and, speaking of renovation projects, this one's a big fixer-upper. And you'll see why here in just a second. Yeah, you got it, Palpuck. Well, you know, I saw the witches. It's funny because I saw the witches, or like that gnarled tree with the... What does it have, like a skull in it or something? I'm trying to remember now. But I was like, that looks... she does. It looks great on the map. I'll have to check that out in a second. But yeah, I saw that. I was like, well, yeah, that does seem like what I remember a witch living in. The poor great Moblin here, dealing with this issue with these bombs. I think we can actually... We've done it a couple times already, but we can make their life a little harder. By, Oh my god! So we've done it like twice, and this time they actually came and grabbed me. What is... So it was you! You'll pay! An eye for an eye!
I was like, whoa!
Oh! The great Moblin ran through me, and then they threw me up against the wall. And they killed me. Ah, that's funny. That's okay. I don't think we lost anything of concern. R.I.P. to Link, the hero. He's gone. Gone forever. That's hilarious. We had picked on them. I had blown that place up at least twice now. So yeah, I wonder if is it a third time that does it? I even just wanted to show you guys. That's funny, man. Well, there's our first save of the day, I think. You could toss a bomb and then leave. before the other bombs, like the other bombs will start flashing, and then at a certain point they go nuclear. How you doing, Nick? Welcome. That was funny. As soon as you set that bomb, they were on me, right? Like, it was quick. It was you. Yeah, I'm glad the game punishes you. It was to the point where I thought that, okay, that's just the gag. There's nothing new. You can now just blow their house up and then it'll be rebuilt. But yeah, no, it's, Is it just those 2 times? Yeah, I could have sworn, though, I had at least 2 successful ones where I escaped, but yeah, maybe not. Different season. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yep, this is the one we want. Ice. I do love I did once upon a time love a good hot pocket, and the denizens of Holodrum could use a hot pocket right now. It looks really cold. Why can't we be friends? It was Powpuck. Yeah, okay. That's funny. I thought I had, yeah. Well, that makes sense. I like that they added something for that, and they don't just let you bomb that house over and over again. Like, I was just going to demonstrate it for you guys, because, like, I guess I'd gotten it mixed up. I thought I'd already seen it twice. I'd seen it twice. I hate it when you change verbs, you know. Yeah. Thanks, Dustin, yeah. Change verbs, you know, midstream. If Maple were here, I'd send her to the Mount Kuko. Well, just to Mount Kuko for mushrooms. But since she hasn't come back, I can't make my magic potion. Starts just putting her nose up in the air. That scent! You've got a mushroom. I love you've got a mushroom. That's a great contraction. You've got a mushroom. I'll trade my wooden bird. How about it? And this has got to be one of the easiest ones, right? Because, I mean, then again, not everybody talks to every NPC, and people like me forget things. So I was going to say the wooden bird, you've been talking to someone right in the, you know, the main town in this game who's been looking for that. So can finally make my magic potion. Guess I'll open the shop soon. Cool. All right. She's going to have a shop. How long we got to wait here, Maple? Oh. I wonder if I can still find one by knocking into... Or not Maple, but... What's your name? Syrup. That's right. No more running into Maple? Because I haven't seen a potion from her in a long time. Syrup's magic ointment works great when your hearts run out. All right. Man, are these gacha seeds really that rare? I bet maybe there must be a finite amount of them, or I don't know. I guess so. I mean, they've been given to us as rewards, but I know some store we bought one at prior to this. Maybe it's just a one-time thing. Or, you know, one-time sale. Right, of course, yes. Easy to mix up. Yeah, Syrup is our master witch. It's Maple we run into out in the field. All right, let's just warp, I guess. No need to dilly-dally. I wish Link could just walk up and touch the tree to warp.
Sound effects are really neat.
Captain Maple Syrup. That's right. Let's see. Captain Syrup. Captain of the Black Sugar Gang and Wario's primary rival in thievery. Huh. It's from Wario Land SML 3. I love SML as a... That's what a great abbrev. Playing a little SML, you know. SML. Super Mario. Super Mario Land 3. Wario Land. I always wanted to play this and, yeah, any of the other Wario Lands. Never visit any of the Wario Lands. What? We've got a Sonic screaming into the void.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's been fun, Nick. It's the timing on these games is interesting too. I had missed your comment at first, but yeah, the timing of it, to see that it's 2001, you know, it's, man, Link's Awakening was what, like 93 or something? You know, it's like, think about the gap there. I think, ding, 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 ding. I type in Link's Awakening and I'm just seeing the remake stuff. Ah. Sad. 93. Yeah, I was watching Nick play one of those Wario Land games and they looked really fun. I also didn't realize, I had no idea if it's like kind of getting into that sort of Metroidvania, I guess, right? Down to Horon. Down to Horon Village. Ugh. What's going on with my voice? Jeez. Ugh. All right. I think it's like, it's close. No. Do 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 do. There's a guy right here, and he's always near. He wants a wooden bird. I can't find a wooden bird that I like. One that's just breathtaking. You! That's an amazing bird you have. May I? Sure. Breathtaking. Here, take this. You got engine grease. Look at the icon for engine grease. That's funny. You got engine grease. For your... Oh, that's funny. I love seeing the exchange. I didn't even check. Yeah, I didn't go back in to get a second look at her. What the big icon looked like. All right, well, we know that the windmill man has been looking for some grease for a little while. He wants to grease up his windmill. We're here to help.
Give me a hell yeah!
I don't know where anything is. This one we always run into just shortly after leaving this, I can picture it in my head. There's a kid up on top of the windmill with him. You can't have a dry windmill. Nobody wants that. Where is my windmill? It's like along some wall. I don't know. It's up in this corridor or something, isn't it? I don't remember. Hey, Captain Nemo, what's up?
The Game Master.
The Game Master has joined us. I was looking for a specific sound effect, but I can't find it, so...
Get ready.
That's okay. How you doing, Captain? I know I was even just seeing the windmill on the map earlier. It wasn't on this side. I can't find a thing on this map. I don't know where anything is. Just east. I know it's close to town, huh? I feel like we run into it a lot. I thought it was kind of around in this area. But yeah. Might not be... Maybe I didn't see it marked. Oh man. I feel like I've heard this story before, Sonic Lover. I don't think I have time to build a seaworthy vessel, honestly. I'm a little... You know, it might kind of just... It might sort of be one of those it is what it is kind of situations, you know, where everybody just does their best. I want to say it was like up from here. Yeah, it was really close. What the heck? Okay, well, I should have trusted my instinct. I knew it was... Yeah, really close. There it is, right on the map. All right, let's get into the... Gotta get into the cave first, I guess. Oh, man. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Ooh. We got neck popping, shoulder popping, jaw popping. That was a good one.
What's the beef? Who's the perp?
Oh, I could have used that sound earlier. Jeez.
What's the beef? Who's the perp?
All that talk about Arby's. All right, let's wet our whistles. Do 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 do. Do do. Head left. You silly man. Do 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 do. All right, his windmill has been just stuck. You know, too much friction. We see it moving, but this thing could be moving a lot faster. It could be really just gliding. So we got him a little bit of oil. Let's take one more look at that that engine grease here. That's great. I like this icon. It is, yeah. Well, turns out it was at Arby's too, you know. They were talking about finding the beef.
Let's go.
Earlier, yeah. They eventually found it at Arby's. Yeah. All the while, it was Wendy's asking the question.
Thanks for coming out, guys. This rocks. A Wednesday, huh? Yeah, none of you motherfuckers have responsibilities, I'm guessing.
You know, it's kind of funny just thinking of the, like, Dave, oh, we're gonna have the, like, owner, he's gonna come out and do the commercials and stuff, and I'm kind of imagining the 2025 version of that, which probably doesn't exist. And this isn't to be like, oh, wow, that was so down to earth, and you know, that's just what, you know, was always great about Wendy's, because I will never forgive Wendy's for at least one instance of being sicker than a dog off of like a couple of chicken sandwiches that I got, and so no love lost.
Hi, I'm Bernie Sanders.
Not
I'm
on
running
the
for
rock,
president.
man.
It was Arby's who had the meats, yeah. If only they couldn't have communicated better. All right, here we go. So when I clip this, clip it for the recap, it's going to look better. Here we are. I'm walking towards the stairs, and now I'm going to talk to the windmill man. Go around, go around. If I could just oil it, it would go around more quickly. Engine grease? Will that make it go quickly? I love that you can answer in the negative here. Man, maybe not. Sure. Really? Take my phonograph. You traded your for a. All right. Now, what would it be? I was trying to go for some nice little vinyl, you know, right when you put it on, you know. Look at that windmill go, baby. Look at that thing. Hello. Holy, look at this. Is it going too fast? This time, man, once again, Link is at least partially to blame for breaking a windmill, or, I don't know, having it go way too fast. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Let's take a look. Let's take a closer look, Palpuck. Yeah, oh, it's got the horn and everything. That's funny. We had a hi-fi phone, oh boy, did we let it blast.
Oh my god, we're back again.
He's a great one, Captain. He features prominently in, I'll just go ahead and save. Some of the, I have featured him prominently in some of the collages I've done at the end of the stream. Just because there's a windmill man and also the Happy Mask salesman, right? I feel like there's a Happy Mask salesman animation for pretty much any circumstance in life. The windmill guy too, because he's all, you know, you see him both happy and then you just see him pissed off and just cranking it, right? Just cranking down on that windmill. Hold on. There it is. You can just hang out for a little bit. That's what this stream is. He's happy here, right? I'd like to see the schematics of how this thing works too, this little music box here. This is the one I meant to pull up.
The Game Master.
That is a disgusting act.
Probably one of the best animations in Zelda 64. That one, and then you also got to give props to.
hell yeah!
You got to give props to Happy Mask Salesman choking Link out. You know, shaking him by the shoulders. That's also, you know, just a really visceral feeling, GIF, animation, etc. As long as we're on this screen, you can hang out. You just need to get a lot smaller. Sorry, chat. You've been demoted. It is all Windmill Man now from here on out. All right. I think, yeah, well, that's a good question, Palpuck. I do remember, honestly, I feel like I gave like an initial thought to it, and then from that point forward, it was a suspension of disbelief. Thankfully, because yeah, I don't really want to know. You know, maybe we do want to know how this windmill actually works, but yeah, we have become Windmill. But yeah, that's a good question. Is he actually pushing the windmill with his actions on this music box thing? I don't think so, but I don't know.
Mamma mia!
That's right, Captain Nemo. Important to remember. Oh man, well, well, Link, if the magnetic glove doesn't fit, you must quit. What are we gonna do here? Where are we gonna go? We got a phonograph. I actually don't think I know who wants this. Let me take a quick peek at the notes. I think I'm kind of through some of the notes that I took. The rest of it, we just got to try to remember. Someone wants to listen to some old music. Do 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 do. Darn. Who wants the phonograph? So I got a question for you guys. I asked my wife this, like, but when it comes to, let's say you're making a theoretical, yeah, using the windmill as a metronome, yeah. I like it. Let's say you're making a theoretical playlist for a jog, and there's one portion of that jog that's particularly gnarly where, I don't know, maybe it's a big hill or something. You know, you're gonna have to exert yourself a lot. Is there a song that can power you over? Is there a song that can get you over that hill? And don't feel like you gotta go cool with it. Like if it's, you know, if it's something really corny too. I mean, I like to start a lot of runs off with Gonna Fly Now. The theme from the first Rocky montage, or the song from that first montage. Yeah. Take care, Sonic. Have a good one.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, it's a good one. Gotta fly now. Yeah, is it gotta or I don't know if I said gonna or gotta, but it doesn't matter. Inagata Davida. Sometimes towards the top of the playlist, this is a starter or close to it. I would put Circle of Life in there. I had a Circle of Life running run. A series of runs that were dedicated to the Circle of Life. At least the beginning of it was. I'll tell you what is a guilty pleasure now with running, and just a guilty pleasure in general. Van Halen. I don't know what it is, man, but sometimes I need a little Diamond Dave just to get me over that last hill, or, you know, get one last sprint in. I was never, my dad didn't, I don't think he listened to a lot of Van Halen. I would hear a little bit of it, but mostly through like, mostly on radio. And of course I knew like, you know, the big hits and stuff, the biggest at least. But I've been on a Van Halen kick that started with listening to some, I listened to Jump. I wanted to put on Jump before a road trip we did a few weeks back. Mostly just to get, mostly as a joke. But then at a certain point, you know, you just, it stops being ironic, and maybe it never was in the first place. And then next thing you know, you're trying to hit those like whisper scream that he does. Yeah, I'm not even gonna try it. These are gonna power you over the hill, says Palpuck. I will say, one thing about Van Halen, I didn't realize that the little that I knew about them, I had it in my head more of as like a 80s band. And yeah, sure, right? I just didn't realize that like they were already, I guess their first album came out in like 78 or something, or maybe even earlier than that. But it's like they got going, maybe 76 or something. I'm gonna look it up now. That sounds too soon. I was just, and of course they'd been a band for a while, but yeah, when I saw that like, that song, or the album that has Runnin' with the Devil, which I think was their like first, I guess, full album or something. I was surprised when I saw the, like when that released. I'm looking for it now. Do beep beep bop bop bop. Scanning Wikipedia. Do. Excuse me, a little feeling a little snotty. I never knew Gary Rhizone, yeah. I remember like hearing about Sammy Hagar and seeing him and stuff, and maybe, I don't know what the biggest hits were of that time. I'm sure I'd recognize some of it, but yeah. But yeah, Dustin. I was like, you know what? I was like, shit, why not right now? This is apparently what I need right now, is some Van Halen. And it helped us on that road trip. I gotta admit, having that corny synth, the synth, nun, 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 nun. The lead up to that is actually pretty sweet. And it was like, as I got into them, it was kind of I'll just say this. I don't know if you've ever had those moments where there's a band that you maybe knew some of their big hits, or you knew a song or two, and not to say you had them pegged for a certain type of band or whatever, but I would just say it started a little ironic, or a little like, I just want to hear this song because it's funny to me, and the imagery of him doing the splits while he jumps way up in the fucking air. I needed that to power my road trip, and then it just over time grew into a growing appreciation, like, oh, actually, you know, actually they're pretty, you know, it's actually pretty good. And, oh, it's actually older than I thought it was too, you know, or like, it had been a couple of years ago that someone had told me, or like I watched something from like one of their live concerts where I think they did like an extended, you know, Eddie Van Halen did like an extended Eruption guitar solo that was like, that kind of gave me a greater appreciation. And then yeah, that's anyway, going from like I'll just say it's It started because I wanted to listen to what I thought was just, you know, cheesy, and is. But hey, I'm enjoying it, and there's something there too, you know. I gotta say, I feel like they're. It's interesting because some of the music straddles into this. It's across a few genres, you know, and like. I do feel like I appreciate their stuff way more than when you get to a lot of the like 80s hair metal stuff. I feel like they were, I don't know. I'd rather hear some Van Halen at this point. I might have to get a break in a second, guys. Catching up on the chat here, reading, thanks, Ryzone. I was reading that as it came through, and yeah. Van Halen 3, the only album with Gary. You could tell they were trying to basically mix the antics of Dave with the singing of Sammy. That's interesting, yeah. And I remember, like, hearing when Eddie Van Halen had passed away, and, I think it was around that, it was not long after that or something that somebody had... I don't know, when was that actually? No, I'm questioning that. When did he die? $2020, wow. Oh, so it was recently, yeah. It was probably that, you know, everybody's sharing stuff about, you know, whenever somebody passes. It's probably that. And then watched Eruption and was like, oh, this is actually pretty sweet. Oh, yes. Halpuck, yeah. Absolutely there was. Where was this? Because I remember going in there a couple of times for something else, and maybe it's somewhere in Subrosia. You're absolutely right. There was a couple times I popped in there, and it was not the thing we were looking for at that time, but yeah, I was like, okay, they say that they want some music, but they're not doing anything when I play Moosh's horn. Forget how I get to, I'm gonna chase one lead down, and we're gonna see what we can do. Yeah, they are Ryzone. Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with them. Like I said, it was honestly like kind of going from like, oh, they're sort of kind of a cheesy hair metal band was sort of my understanding before, to like, oh, okay, there is something there. And Eddie Van Halen is obviously like, you know, it's always interesting when bands have like sort of one virtuoso or just one player who like is in some ways like, you know, well above like the other guys in the band. It's nothing against the others, but it's, you know, you've got someone who really excels at what they do. And he's clearly that. It makes me think of like Blink-182 and Travis Barker. And bands that have someone like that, they typically know how to highlight them, you know, or at least let them, you know, there might be a portion where they let them do their thing, you know, because they realize what how big, you know, or how much they contribute to the sound of the band or whatever it is, you know. I'm gonna go try a spot here, Palpuck. Let me see. Thank you for jogging my memory on that, because you're absolutely right. That's got to be it. I just got to remember how to, well, where they are. But. Growing up, Dustin, I don't know. It's hard to say. Like, I remember telling someone it was the Armageddon soundtrack that I was really into, and they asked me what kind of music I liked, and I was in like 6th grade or something. Like, the Armageddon soundtrack. Was it Alabama? No. Although I did sing Angels Among Us in front of the church. Got up in front of the church and sang Angels Among Us, which I'm pretty sure that's by Alabama, isn't it? Maybe not. Okay, yeah. I think in high school, it's hard to say. I actually really liked Blink-182 a lot in high school, among other bands and stuff. But yeah, that was kind of like the early, I think when I first get into high school and I'm starting to get on like a drum kit and stuff and have limited time on that. And yeah, I was into them at that time. I think as I got a little bit older, I remember like I had a time for sure when I was like, oh, I really like a lot of classic rock, and I don't know if there's anything good happening nowadays, which I think is a sentiment that could always be uttered, or but however, I do think that there's almost always going to be some interesting music out there, and even music that someone who is set in their ways could be into that's being made. But you just gotta, I'm not gonna sit here and write off. I never really liked what's pop anyway, and I've always thought a lot of that was sometimes just, like, difficult to listen to without wanting to mock or whatever. So but all that can be ignored. There's still a lot of good music being made that is just because I don't like what's pop, really. Who wanted to hear some music? Was it it might have been in Subrosia. I don't remember. Yeah, right, Dustin. You really don't know until you know. And like, if you're in I think too about like going to kind of a smallish high school, and I've mentioned this before, but one of the effects of that is that there weren't quite as many, like, I think in a way kids could be a little less sort of defined into one kind of type of kid based on the things that they're into, often music, things like that, because it was like the school wasn't the school was so small. Like my graduating class was like the biggest one in a while, biggest one in like many years at that point, and I think it was right at about 50, so it's a pretty small school. And I feel when I would talk to my cousin and people that I met who are from the city outside of the, like, I'm and kind of out in the exurbs, the city, the place that we'd all call town, going into town, the folks that I knew from there and then later would meet, it seemed like there was more like kind of, I don't know, granular cliques. And all that is to say that I just think there was a lot of exposure too for some of the kids, where like at a certain point, it's not just like you're one of a couple people who are kind of into harder music. It's very specific, a very specific, metal genre or something, and in my school, it was all, again, very kind of general, and I think that there wasn't as much of, a lot of us just weren't really exposed to as much music and art outside of what was, very mainstream or kind of put in front of us. the radio or MTV or something, you know. And it was like sort of towards the end of that, of course, that I feel that started to sort of change, and you know, with more people. Yeah. Getting a little bit older and stuff, and then finding some like modern music that I was actually like, oh, this is really cool, you know, and getting into, yeah, that helped a lot, yeah. Thank you guys for hanging. I think I might have to get a break in a little bit. I'm feeling a little crappy. Maybe a break will help. Yeah. Just catching up in the chat here. Yeah, well, Rhizone, that's funny. I feel like that's kind of a common story back home. It's like, yeah, they're into some 80s rock. If you're of a certain age, you know, you could be both into a lot of 80s rock and like that sort of classic country and stuff, or 80s and 90s classic country, I should say. That probably hurts to even, for some folks to even hear that be called classic country, but yeah. I was reading what you said about Rush too, Dustin. Yeah. Yeah, I think, you know, towards the end of high school, I started to meet more friends who could like, they could just expose me to more music, and I didn't necessarily love all of it, but you know, you could jump off of one artist or something and find another one that you liked, and it would open, you know, you just, again, you don't know until you know, and it helped having, some tastemakers as friends, you know. I was a little bit younger than a lot of my friends in high school. By the time I got to my senior year, it was a little bit like, a few of my friends had graduated who, you know, some were 2 years older, and then a couple were just a year older. So they were all gone. But it's like that meant that I had kind of been around, you know, kids who were just a year or two older, and all it seemed like they were like at the next, and the milestones come fast at that time, but they were always at the next milestone beyond where I was, and yeah, they started to get introduced to like, I don't know. Getting into punk rock was big, I think. That was like a big jumping off point, like even learning that there was a punk scene in the town, you know, the big city nearby. I think also like for a lot of folks, finding some artists who are kind of popular can be a good jumping off point, like Radiohead or something is a good introduction. You know, Radiohead, huge band, right? But it's a great introduction to, like, for lack of a better phrase, like indie music, or, you know, Yeah, glad you got to see them, Dustin. Yeah. Speaking of bands, kind of, I mean, Rush is super talented, but I think they knew, of course, everybody knew what Neil Peart was to the band too, you know. And I remember my band director talking about, like, you know, he would talk to us drummers about the like rotating set and stuff, and I remember him showing us a video of that. Yeah, Powpuck, that's cool. I'd missed your message about the better radio receiver. Yeah. I was just listening to it's a Velvet Underground. It's from the album Loaded, and there's that song about, it's like I'm trying to remember what, I don't remember the name of it, but it's about a girl who's like, you know, she's sad or whatever, but she tunes in her radio, and she's like, she manages to like tune into this New York station, and, you know, they're playing rock and roll, and it, you know, it's a fun one, a fun rollicking number. But yeah, the whole thing of, you know, listening to a New York station, you know, and that's turning her on to the good music she's not going to hear, you know. I thought that was funny. She started listening to that fine music. You know, her life was saved by rock and roll.
Thanks for coming out, guys. It's Rocks, a Wednesday, huh? Yeah, none of you motherfuckers have responsibilities.
Let's just talk music. We're done talking Zelda. I'm tired. That's funny, Rhizone. He did a collaboration with Gorillaz that I really like. Including, I think he came out and did a couple of did that song for a couple live sets, or at least one. That, you know, one of the big like tapings or recordings or whatever. Yeah. Totally, Dustin. Yeah, right. Where do you find another Neil? I mean, you're not, you know. How do you approach that? Yeah, with replacing someone that fundamental to a band. It's tough. I guess the music goes on. All right, I'm gonna just show the thumbnail maybe 3 or 4 more times, and then we'll get a break. Hey guys, thank you so much for hanging. This is fun. I'm gonna get a break. Let's take a nice long one. I'm feeling a little weird, so let's take a couple minutes. When we get back, we'll see if we can make any progress on this trading game. BRB.
Oh my god, we're back again.
Hey guys, happy Wednesday. Welcome. Let's see what else we can do here in Oracle of Seasons. We're working our way through this game. Bear's all caught up in the headphones. Good stuff. He's a mess. Link, you need to find the next person to trade to. I don't know. Maybe it's down in Subrosia. Somebody wanted to hear some music. I think I'll go check there. Let's do that. They wanted to hear some music, but they weren't happy with Moosh's flute. And I don't know where this person was, actually. Northwest corner of the map? I don't know. If it's not in Subrosia, I was thinking, what part of the game was that? It wasn't Mrs. Rule. Let me get down to Subrosia. I'm just going to try that. Let's run around there for a bit. I was thinking we'd get into dungeon number 8. That may just be better to focus on our trading game for now and have that be our sort of main objective. We'll see. We can pretty much get everywhere we need to in Subrosia, so I don't think it matters too much where we warp from. There is that one spot I do want to get back to there, which is we need to warp from Holodrum, and that's going to put us in front of level 8. I think that's our final main dungeon. I'm expecting something in game, or at least I don't know. I don't really know what to expect after, Maku Tree tells you to get 8 essences of nature. I don't know. I don't know what's after that, though. Maybe the big baddies got their own, full dungeon. Subrosian ring. Become a Subrosian. Whoa. Can Link just do that? Do 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 do. So I can talk to him to set up our box. I want to put... We can get rid of the Maple Meetings one, I think, and sword damage down. Sometimes deadly. Does the Slayer's Ring do anything at all? Just ornamental. I've been wanting to put the that one that gives you the +3 damage. Lovely sound here as you go through the... It's probably this one. Half damage from beams, half damage from spiked floors. Those are nice. So many rings. That's right. How aware are the folks of Holodrum that there's even this whole world beneath them? It's crazy. I want to put this one in, yeah. And then we'll keep the one about the extra hearts. Yeah, blue joy ring. Oh, wait. Oh, we can only wear one at a time? I guess that makes... Well, I don't know. I was hoping I could just really bling Link out, put all kinds of rings on the guy. Maybe not. Yeah, well, Dustin, back to Rush, it is interesting, like, like you said, I guess it would be hard to find someone to play that catalog. And it's not, of course, it's not just someone that can play the catalog, you know? They've also got to be able to get along with the band, go on a huge tour, or whatever. They might not be planning a huge tour, but, you know, play professional dates, whatever. Well, whenever this kind of thing happens, this is sort of like, it's sort of like when, I don't know, everyone online is a big movie has been announced and everyone is giving their like dream casting, and it just so happens to be like a lot of like the biggest stars at the time or something, you know. Or, you know, this movie's got everybody, you know. People basically just put their dream list of who they want to see. And then sometimes we'll get pissed when that doesn't come to fruition. And they'll be like, I don't understand why this person wasn't cast. They look just like, or yeah, especially if it's a game related thing. I've heard some really dumb stuff. When some people were trying to talk about who should be cast as Link or Zelda, there was just some like, if it's not this person, then I don't know. It's dropping stuff. It's a good problem to have, Rhizone, you know. Okay, let me look around. Nobody in the Strange Brothers house. Nope, I love that they're just the Strange Brothers. These are the two thieves. There you go, Dustin. I don't know where to go now. Man, who wanted to hear some music, rather? No, I always forget. Ah, come on. I don't want to get out my magnetic gloves. You can make that jump, Link. We made it the first time, didn't we? Come on. Nintendo, if you're out there and listening, Palpuck here in the chat said they'd make a great Tingle. I'm hoping you can consider them for your casting. At least get them in the room, please. Get Palpuck in the room for that role. See how it goes. That's all I ask. Maybe we'll have the same split we did back in the day with North American fans really just kind of being a little, I would say, on the whole, a little indifferent and or leaning towards a vibrant hatred for some of them, for Tingle. There was some, I mean, it was some of this, of course, much of it was of the time, I would say, but there was some folks out there who were not looking to Tingle tune in. And they were not down with whatever Nintendo was doing with Tingle, and yeah, that's okay. Japan loved Tingle. I remember reading something about some of the you know, I guess some of the Japanese devs and or producers, whatever, you know, kind of realizing that split of like, oh, Tingle is, wow, they don't seem to like him in North America, you know. But he's well liked here, I think, especially amongst he's another character that had broad appeal, but in particular, like, was really fun for a lot of kids. You know, was like a big draw for a lot of kid and girl and women gamers. Which, you know, Nintendo wants them to play games too, you know, which makes sense. And also, yeah, I would say Tingle no matter what. I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. And I think some of it too is like, I don't know, people also, well, you know, imagine if that character came out now too, you know, oh my god, look at Nintendo, you know. Wait, is it woke or is Tingle a satirical, you know, left lunatic who doesn't get a job and thinks he's a fairy? Oh, must be an average Portland resident. You know, I don't know. It's funny, man. I just thinking on it, I got frustrated, you know, because I do remember a lot of homophobia around Tingle, and, you know, those spaces, some of the video game spaces could just be, I think in general, I mostly stuck to the positive stuff, and social media amplifies things, but yeah, I do remember that. People just being very loud about that, too, you know. Need moss coffee. That'll help the headache. More caffeine. That'll help, right? I will say that I do remember kind of wondering, by the time you get to Majora's Mask and you get like the Tingle Tuner, and then I remember, I think, hearing about at least one of those Tingle games that, I don't even know how many there were, might not have been that many. But at least, yeah, you know, you had mentioned something that didn't come this way. Pal Puck and freshly picked Rosy Rupee Land. I feel like I remember seeing some of that or some other Tingle project at the time that wouldn't make it to the US. And I do remember kind of thinking, wow, it was more a surprise that like Nintendo seems to kind of be pushing Tingle. You know, I thought of that with like the Tingle Tuner and other stuff, and I think some of it was just that I knew how unpopular a character he was with a lot of folks. So yeah. I know. Well, you know, don't expect some of those people to have actually played the game sometimes, Alpuck. Even if they have, they just looking for something to complain about, you know. You know, Link's always been a super macho guy. You know, we don't want any. There's no room for characters like Tingle, right? And it's absurd, man. It's. Maybe it wasn't that one, Ryzen. It might have just been, yeah, realizing like his, seeing how he was brought in for the Tingle Tuner and stuff, which I had that, you know, I remember trying that with the GBA, and you had to have that cable. I forgot the name of it. I was trying to think of it just now, but you could get a mini map on your GBA of what you're doing in Wind Waker. I think he also was helpful with finding some treasure too, or I don't know, maybe I don't know. I'm mixing some stuff together too, because if, I don't know, a month or two ago I watched a video about Wind Waker HD, which I didn't know that those even existed for a while, because I was just Tingle tuned out of the Wii U era. And this is the dungeon we need to be getting to, but it looks like there's a warp just like right before it. Yeah, you can only see if you come down this way. Or yeah, down here. Link's Wario. Do 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 do. Boop boop boop. I hear good things about Wind Waker HD. Yeah. I can see that, Pal Puck. It looks pretty. Wind Waker HD does. I wish what's the best output? You can do component out of GameCube and out of Wii, right? I mean, I know that from GameCube to Wii, it's like a different plug. You were able to use the some of the same Nintendo, video outputs for many generations. But yeah, I have our Wii that we're gonna be playing Wind Waker on. It is hooked up via S-Video right now, and you guys have seen the footage from the BRB. I think it played Ocarina this time, but it's pretty good. It's better. It's better than the composite. But yeah, I do wish I had a step up. Maybe something to think about eventually. But component cable for the GameCube. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. He mentioned that. Yeah. I wonder if they have any other ways that it goes, or if S-Video is pretty much your best bet. Like, is there a... For the SNES, I have the SCART RGB hookup that's really nice. I wonder if there's a SCART output out there for the Wii. Damn, who wants to hear this music? It's been a long playthrough of this game, many episodes, and I've kept myself at a level of distraction as high as it's ever been. I don't know, I'm not even confident. I'm not confident that it was down in Subrosia either. No, it's good, Dustin. It's okay. I can find with games that I know better, I can find a middle ground, I think this one's getting me because, hey, it's a Zelda. And it rewards focus and memorization, or even just memory. A plant guy. That aspect I'm not remembering. I bet when we get to it, I know we've set foot in there, so. Let me get Link out of here. Let's Let's get to warping. Never go the long way again. Oh, what about this ring to turn into a Subrosian? Forgot about that. I mean, you could turn into likes and Octoroks, and then there's one for Subrosian ring? Come on, I mean... Look at this. Isn't that cute? I can't talk to them. I just look like a Subrosian. That's it. I can't talk to anybody. Look at his sprite too. It's so funny. Dude, I wonder if anybody has any dialogue down here, or if in general you just can't, Probably just can't speak. That's funny. Oh, okay. I like that he blinks as Link as well. Alright, well, I'm gonna need to actually, you know, hold some weapons and stuff, so let's ditch the Subrosian robes. No, right here. Oh, is this the... That's the one that like dumps... No. Where does that take us? Is that the one that like dumps you out over at the mountains? That's what this is. That's right, Palpuck. Yeah. Just become a Subrosian and you know. And that's it, right? That's... Where do you go from there? Link blinks. I want to see Link blink. Hold on. Put that ring on. I like the idea too of Link slipping a ring on and becoming, you know, a like or a or on the brink of seeing Link blink. Ah, this stinks. Swimming Link. Maybe it was in Subrosia. Wherever it is, yeah, it's a Deku. Yeah, it is a Deku scrub or business scrub or whatever. You go into there, okay, I'm remembering now because I feel like this is over close to the river or something, but forest. It definitely is in the Lost Woods. It's on, yeah, okay. Let's get over there. I think I know where it is. It's pretty much one like just before you're just a couple screens away from the entrance to the Lost Woods, basically. You kept finding your way back here if you like went east in the Lost Woods without having done the sequence. That's got to be it. All right. Finally. All right, let's okay. You can't do anything as a Subrosian. Thanks, drinks, and stinks. We haven't even mentioned that he winks. Yeah. Yeah, I'm even seeing it in my head where it is. Now the trick is trying to remember how to get to the Lost Woods. I don't... Maybe we'll just go south from Tarm Ruins. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's either here or... No, that's the ferry. It's like down... Oh! Oopsie daisy. Down here. This is it. Yeah. Doody-dee. D? It's staring at your phonograph. Man, they left us hanging with that. It's staring at your... Play it. Oh, listen to it. Oh, it's a familiar tune. D! What a tune! I love it! I'll teach you the way to my secret spot. If temperatures rise as you go far to the west, you'll find it. As temperatures rise as you go far to the west, you'll find it. So they're just telling us where the... I see, yeah. So they don't... We don't even... I wanted to go through it one more time, so I was like, they didn't give us anything, right? We're just supposed to go there. And yeah, that's the case. I was excited. All right. I'm staring at your... I should talk to him one more time. Just to make sure. B? It's staring at your... What a funny place to stop it. But of course the phonograph one takes up some space. Play it. It's so funny. If temperatures rise as you go far to the west, you'll find it. Well, we did the... That sounds similar to what we did last time, just mentioning going far to the west. So, you know... That's right. They had to leave us in suspense. So it was like, that's summer, huh? Fall. We'll go, yeah, fall here. Spring and then summer. Oh, whoops. Yeah. That's right, Palpuck. Yeah, just keep going left. It's the second time I've passed it. Alright. Or not that particular one, but one of these. And then last is summer. Look at this. Wow. We've got a sword and a pedestal, guys. This is a big deal. Ganondorf's breathing heavily. You got the sacred noble sword. Nice. I saw something a while back mentioning swords, and it's saying that, like, you know, that code that we got from someone earlier, we were even just seeing it in the last couple playthroughs. But yeah, there's a code that if you, I guess if we go back to Labrina, get that code, and then I think maybe we're back here or something. I think it was the King Zora code, possibly. I'm pretty sure. That'll give you the Master Sword. Something along those lines. We can't do that though, because I don't have a whole other file in Oracle of Ages anymore. I was playing it on the, I think I was playing it on the Retron, and yeah, that's pretty much toast. Oh really, Palpuck? So they gave it like a different sprite and everything. Oh, I guess it looks similar. Yeah, no, it's this. They could just use this one, huh? Yeah. You know what's funny is that I'm seeing the sort of yellowish or kind of tan icon up at the top. But yeah, it's just our menu. Or part of the HUD. Okay, wow, so that's the end of our trading game. We got the level 2 sword. I was wondering when we were gonna finally get this thing. I guess there's a big Goron sword too that I know I saw when we first were researching this game, or you know, one of those earliest streams we did for it. That makes sense, Palpuck, yeah. And once I swung the sword, it's like, oh yeah, no, it's white. Oh, look. Sword beams! With the full hearts. Well, I think with this, we're pretty much ready to get ourselves over towards level 8. And I have a sneaking suspicion it's up in that area that would make you warp. Or at least the entrance to it. Let me try that. Show you guys what I'm talking about. It's actually on this side of the map. Yeah, it's just east of here. But I think we want to come in maybe through, not this one. I think the entrance... Yeah, maybe from... Hold on. Maybe it was North Horon that I'm thinking of, but... I think you get to the ruins. Yeah, you can get to the ruins from here, I believe, right? Ah! And then, can you cut east from here? No. Oh. No, I'm not high enough. Do 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 do. This part's kind of crazy. I don't think from here I don't know if we can get to that purple section we want to get to. We may have to approach that from somewhere else in the map. I'm thinking we do, yeah. So, I don't know. My thought is that it looks as if the level 8 is down in Subrosia, but you can't get to it unless you warp, and then it's like you walk one tile up and bam, you're in the dungeon. I don't know where that warp is. I'm guessing it's somewhere around here because, you know, I mean, it's the only unexplored spots we have left. There was a certain point in this section where the Link would, like, you know, they'd have a little trippy effect or whatever, and then it would like set him back to the beginning of it. NPCs even talk about it. I wonder if that's, you know, coming up for us. Or we're able to get past that, I should say. I don't know what the best... I think here, we're kind of stuck up in this corner, so... if I can pop out of this Lost Woods, maybe... Link, put on your like costume. Oh! Don't let him take it. Don't let him give you any guff, Link. They took my sword. Oh, yes. What a pure feeling. Shooting a sword beam, you know? That's the good stuff. Thank you guys for hanging today. We talked a lot about music and a little about living and a lot about love. No time, Maple. Well, back here, can't remember if Moosh comes out to hang out around here or what. Thanks for the nudge, Pal Puck, in the right direction there. Getting me over the, just over the hump to try to finish this trade-in game. Some of those were some hard shoves that had to be given. No, you... I know also, like, as you've mentioned, I know that you you are familiar with this game, but you don't, like, and you've put some time in on it, but, like, you know, you don't have every square memorized, so... Yeah. You know, somebody out there is a big fan. There's just somebody out there's got a like farm, and it's kind of the, or maybe the like sort of image rehab kind of thing. Actually, if you get to know a like, you'd learn that they're not so mean. We feed them 3 shields a day. They're basically dogs. I mean, go fetch with it. Watch. You like, you shoot a moblin out of a catapult or something, and just goes slowly over there and engulfs it. You might like if you tried. Yeah. That's right, Dustin. Hey, I could be from Georgia. Oh, yes, I see the downside of the sword damage +3. Let's see some of the upside. It's pretty upsidey. Imagine all the likes. No, 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 no. This is where I want to be. Oh. One got me with a shot. Couldn't dodge. Coming from a mile away. Oh, we just destroyed another sign. Darn it. That, Deku's gonna be pissed at us. I think that's our second sign, folks. Thank you, Dustin. Yeah, you're right. The hooch. Gonna shoot the hooch. Isn't that for, like, the term for, like, tubing down the Chattahoochee? You know, shoot the hooch? Oh, yeah. I hear that's a big one, Dustin, yeah. Have we been on this side of the... I mean, I want to see what's up there, but I don't think we can, I mean, I don't think, like, Link's not got that in him, I don't believe. Maybe with a seed. Well, I gotta have a better, cool. There it is. Okay, somewhere we haven't been yet. Up on top of this structure, apparently. Of course, it's cut off right there, I see now. Yeah. Oh, man. What is that? The hooch. Dude. Yeah, I've heard that term. Palpuck. Do. It is, Dustin, yeah. Something, a whole other thing it is. Do. Link, where do you want to go? Well, there's our warped level 8. It's got to be, right? The only one we haven't found yet. I didn't even do much exploring over here. I know I've been in this section before, but I wonder where that part is that makes Link go back to the beginning, you know? There's something in here where even the NPCs talk about it, like kicks him back to the, you know, some force sends him back to the beginning of this giant castle here. Giant temple. I think this is the one we want.
Down with Zelda.
Somewhere else. Or not quite where I thought it was, but what are you throwing in here? This shoots off huge fireworks. Oh my god, he's throwing a bunch of good stuff in there. He's throwing maps. Stop it, man. Stop it, man. Dustin says good luck. Palpuck says warp speed ahead. I don't know if I know if I'm prepared for what's about to happen. Doggone it. Oh wait, that's gone now. Good. What is happening in here? I don't... This guy's just throwing all these items. I love it. Can I throw something? I want to throw something. That's so funny to have it just go through Link's items. They're like some of the item icons and stuff. The bananas. 3 bananas. My god, man. He's all bananas now. There's a fish, finally. Lava... Yeah, this guy's just obsessed with finding something he can... You know, you toss it in and it disappears. It's gone. It's the magic hole. So I gotta admit, this is not where I thought we'd be popping out over here, but maybe there's another warp for us. I don't know what that place is all about. Yeah. They're gonna definitely come to regret that one. Dustin, yikes. It does the Metal Gear Solid thing of, I don't know, reading some, you know, all your Game Boy Color save files that are saved to the system. I don't know. Hey, you can't explain it, but it does something to like read off, I don't know, you see like your Steam library or something. No, don't throw that in there. I want to see what else is up here. Also tempted to change seasons, but I guess I didn't see a shield. Didn't see a bomb getting tossed in there. Ouch. Sorry, just thinking for a second. This part's blocked off during this season, but it's so interesting how they do these maps. And if you look around too, there's some maps of like kind of every section of the game that changes with seasons and showing the difference between those seasons. This is a part where you'd want to be down off of this structure, but we'll go back to the magic hole. Get me to the magic hole. You know where it is, Link. You fool. Oh, God. I can't just... I have to occasionally fight these Tektites. I can't just... Every time I get onto that screen, I want to just avoid them, but... Yeah, they're good at jumping around. That's what they do. A bomb. Shoots off huge fireworks. I had a feeling we were going to toss something in. Look at that. My God. Watch the fireworks go, baby. We are rearranging the Subrosia. Oh, wow. You did it. Cool. This is the ultimate, like, edgelord kid down here. Like, oh, that was sick. Oh, my God. Whoa. That was sick when that volcano came down and just, like, totally changed the landscape. That's okay. That's okay, Palpuck. I think I'm getting close to the end here, you know. And I knew that seemed important and something had to be thrown in there, but I wasn't sure what for a bit. But yeah, your question had me thinking. Yeah. Once you said that too, I thought about his comment about explosive volcano, and I was like, oh. Haven't tried a bomb? That's okay. We're playing a game together at this point too, and I'm playing it with, you know, half my brain. Yeah, huge. Kid's a huge pyro down there. Honestly, Link, you might need to go incognito after that. Oh, come on. When he's in Subrosian form, I was hoping he could get in the lava. I guess just because he's got the ring on, huh? It doesn't, So they even showed a couple, Metroid hinted at here, they showed a couple of tiles getting rearranged. I'm not quite sure where that stuff was. Oops. Ow. Did it do any arranging over here by chance? I need some life. Maybe we'll see if we can get in this dungeon. That might be a good stopping point. We've been at it for a while, I guess. Now, I remember... So that's the warp that I need. And I was getting up there earlier from the other side, weren't we? Do. Yeah, I need to go back and watch that scene, see what all it showed. I was happy to be progressing, and, you know, looking away for a bit of it.
Give me a hell yeah!
I remember it showing at least one section where it looked like some little spots of land were kind of popping up, you know, in a part that was previously, oops, totally covered. Hi, Smithy. Skip. Oh, whoops. Skipped one too many times. Well, guys, this is good progress, having just finished the trading game. I may have to give up on the stream at a certain point. Not too long from now. Starting to get a little headachy again. It's all good. We've been at it for a while. I don't want to get in. I don't want to do Dungeon 8 tonight anyway. That'd be, we'd be going too late, so. Gives us something for later. I guess the only question is, though, how do I pace out? You know, I like to kind of theme the streams, you know, and I'm just trying to figure out. It's not the most important thing in the world, but I'll be honest, I don't really get a sense for truly how much more we have left to do. There's level 8, there's the level 8 dungeon, and then I'm thinking after that it kicks into in-game. In some of these games, that's a whole other dungeon. I mean, think about like Ganon's Tower. And it being a behemoth of a dungeon in, especially like first Zelda game, A Link to the Past, etc. So, you know, could be up to a whole other dungeon. And then we're getting some true ending as well by way of having linked the game. So I you know, I don't have a good sense for how much more we have left, and I don't think I'd want too much in the way of spoilers, but I got to kind of think about scheduling because we're so close to the end. I kind of want to play it some more. Dedicate another day to it, maybe like tomorrow or maybe just for Friday. But yeah, we'll see. I always get antsy when I get to the end of a game and I end up doing something to kind of change the days that I've been streaming it on. Part of that is I'm just so excited to finish it, you know. It's anybody got a heart for Link? Can I have some of that lava soup right now? Or the molten lava. The molten rock down Link's throat. Beep beep bum. I'm gonna go back and watch. I think one thing I will do is I want to see that video of what was changing again. Here's our dungeon, and we just had to get there from you know, Pawpuck, I had actually I had misread your last comment. Sorry. Yeah, I guess it did. Let's see what's up. Let's have Link get to the surface. It was around here. It was kind of this area that we're seeing all the rearrangement, huh? Hopefully the rest of Holodrum's okay. But yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I recognize the layout now. Look, we got a bombable wall. Would you look at that? That was cool. Cool little sequence. All right. Oh God. Just one more heart piece in the game, and then we'll have all of our hearts filled up. That means there's not a heart container for Dungeon 8. That makes me think that there's maybe not a whole, like, full other dungeon after 8, but, you know, I don't know. I'll have to just get in and do it, I guess. That is the answer. Well, then there's got to be another portal around here, too. Let's do some exploring. There you go, Link. Okay, yeah, I see that part out there, too. It was out here that we were seeing all the, these steps, you know, the land kind of being... well created, driven up from the crust. I won't pretend to understand the, the volcanism of, Holodrum and Subrosia. I appreciate what they got going on here, though. And another stump. Been seeing some stuff for that already. Another set of vines up there. It's vines in summer, I believe, right? Yeah. Well, you know what? Let me just see what's up this way. I think we're maybe getting close to our entrance, or looking for a stopping point, which could be any time, really, but... Also, excited to see what's next. Just fell in the lava. Alright. Perfect. Link, get your, this icon just looks so crazy. The Rock's cape. I always think it's a bleeding nose or something. I don't know. It's... Again, a Nerf dart up a kid's nose. That was cool. That's a nice, satisfying death. Gotta admit. Now this land has got to be rich in something good. It's some fresh land. Maybe that comes a little bit later. Gotta have some stuff die on it first, and then... Alright. Oop. This is all such a piece of cake with Rock's cape as well. Such a piece of cake. To the extent where some of those I'm like, well, no one's doing any just one tile jumping anymore. Actually, I guess at this point, just jumping a single tile with the cape, you have to remind yourself to just do a quick tap on the button versus holding it down. Because he will, you know, put the cape out and then fly like an extra space or two. Going up. It's just a pathway to another warp or something, maybe. Do. There you go, Link. And there was another one, like over here. I had a feeling that one was going to be a problem. This is cool. All right, wonder where this little cave takes us. I'm hoping to... There it is. Another portal to Subrosia. Do. Dude. Whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. I wasn't even trying to push that one. Darn. Guess you're not going to give me multiple pushes, huh? No. No way. Out of the way. Invisible path at the bottom? Whoa. I like this sort of red herring, you know, one little square right just below the rock there. You don't need to go there. This one doesn't want you to push up. It might let you go in a certain order or something, yeah. This one doesn't want to let you go. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. See, this is what we ended up doing last time, right? It doesn't let you push at all, huh? Ah. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. What am I supposed to do here? You guys gonna let me push so I can push that one there. Doo-doo. But you won't let me do anything with this one, huh? Oh. Was I always able to... I don't know, maybe I missed that earlier. Yeah. Oh, that's not gonna work now, but... I thought I had tried up on that one. You know, block puzzles are a lot harder when you're not sure that you can... you know, when you have given up on the block that needs to be pushed because you thought you tried it. It's not a good situation. Doo-doo-doo-doo. They do let me move it, yeah. Oh, that's hilarious. Link, you better get that boomerang. That's when I know I'm tired. The screen's like that last one. I don't know. I definitely have had that with Link a couple times where I'm not making him push long enough in the direction. It can be sometimes if you're not used to the... It's really just getting used to the mechanic. And it's so easy, you know, but like if you're kind of off to the side a bit, you know, and as you're pushing, you kind of loop off of it, or there's things that can happen to where you can sort of think, oh, I spent a good amount of time pushing that, but if you're paying more attention, you'd see that he sort of slipped off of it or took a weird angle. Didn't stay at the pushing in the right spot long enough. Just try to control my boomerang. That's it. Ah! Go, Link. We've got no time. No time to stand on these cracks. It's on the other side. Ow. Get off of me. Can't get to the other side from here, huh? Just from this side. Anything? This is just a dead end over here, huh? Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to double check. Anything to dig? I think this is just to get you off track. I guess we could jump that. Jump it or go back one screen. The jumping worked. We're good. All right. I think we're getting close to another portal or something. We're right in about the right spot of the map. Ow. Also, unexplored territory. Being explored. Look at this. Only 2 more, you know, tiles in the whole map. 2 more screens. That's it. Finally making it to the top of the fortress here. Oh, as soon as you walk in, you know, ferry right there. Let's get this one too. I'm walking out and back in. That's pretty sweet. Link, what have you gotten yourself into here? One funny little thing about that, just to show you this. I think this is a cute... You know, of course, everything is working in tiles or a square, you know, and it's... So it's kind of funny that you have this altar kind of thing here, and there's a bunch of this in this game. And they don't have it centered right in the middle, you know, it's kind of off to this, you know... It's 4 tiles wide or whatever, so it's kind of funny, you know, they just stuck it here. Hey, Hedgehog Fanatic, you know, kind of you know, 2 tiles over from the left. You see, I guess, you know, I don't know, probably easier to do that than to screw everything up and have it perfectly centered when you're having everything on these tiles here. But I guess you'd have to make this even wider, and then you could put it in the middle, but just a fun little detail. What is Super Mario Bros. X? It's interesting, you know, I didn't even realize at a certain point that, like, Link had been added to, you know, Mario Maker 2, and, you know, that was the first one of those that I played, and I really enjoyed it. I have played so little of the, like, anybody other than, you know, I think that there's other stuff too, right? But I know Link is one of the characters. Zelda 1 Link. I'm sorry, I just love this place. Coming in here and seeing the portal and everything. I wanted to keep doing it. And here's our portal. This is level 8, just up here. It's perfect. Look at the eyes. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Hey, here's some cutscene for, I think this is part of the linking, you know, this being our second game. Zelda, no! Zelda, no! Don't leave the refuge, not now. Let go of me. I cannot stand by while the people live in fear of destruction.
Give me a hell yeah!
That's the same thing. I get it, Rhizone. Okay, I understand now, Hedgehog. Yeah, that's cool. I didn't realize they had link mechanics in that. No matter how frightening it is, you must not lose hope. Hope is the one thing that can lead you to peace. She's gathered everybody. Zelda's out there in Holodrum, rallying all the population to fight back against Onyx. What an interesting cut right there. That short cut scene of her having gathered folks. They showed it really quick, and I was looking away for it right when it began, but it looked like in Horon Village, she had a little group of, you know, folks around her. I know, right? Who's the real problem? It was Link who just tossed a bomb into a volcano, and, you know, this is one of those moments. If Link could have been there might have been a good time to slip on that Subrosian ring, honestly. No ice physics. Ice physics are done. Are gone for. Gone for. They're gone when you, I can't talk. Let me play as a Subrosian. That's cool. Yeah, I know Rhizone's talked a lot about SMBX2, and he's been working on that for a long time. He's usually like putting in some work during a stream or something. Oh yeah, I'm working on, fixing these, this or that pixel art or... All right, we're in level 8, guys. This is awesome. That's cool, Rhizone. We were all so proud, It makes me think of like that original idea for Zelda of like being able to make a dungeon and have a second player try to go through that dungeon or something. Speaking of original Zelda, this dungeon is channeling... Oh, it's definitely channeling a little bit of that Ganon's Castle, kinda, isn't it? Not so much in the crazy arpeggi here, but... Yeah, I think they're really kind of playing with those sort of... That music is so dark from Zelda 1. You get into the last dungeon. And man, it's pretty full on. I feel like they're doing a little homage to that in this song. Especially at the beginning there. Thank God for the ROM hackers, SMBXers, and Super Mario Bros. Crossovers. I like the simple name there, Palpuck. Yeah. All Stars was already taken, sadly, so, Well, guys, I'm going to save and quit, and I think I'm going to get us out of here. Maybe we'll do a little raid. Maybe I should have saved inside the dungeon, but that's... I mean, this game puts you pretty much... I think it even, like, puts you to the last interior you went into or something. Great for saving on the go. That's cool, Rhizone. People have been wanting to make Mario levels for a long time. I'm sure you guys have seen the footage of some of the Mario Bros. 3 staff sitting at their desks and their computers, and they've got their map maker up and running, and I don't know. I love that footage. Designing levels. Oh, that's funny, Palpuck. I barely knew anything about Blaster Master other than like just hearing the name. Which is funny because Master Blaster is a song by Stevie Wonder. I got it backwards, yeah. Jammin' in parentheses. Do I know this song? I love Stevie Wonder. I'm gonna listen to Stevie Wonder's Blaster Master later. That's rather Master Blaster. Excuse me. Damn, I'm never gonna get it right.
Oh yeah.
That's cool, Rhizone. Hey, any good level ideas back then? Or is it all crap? All right, let me see what we got, guys. Is anybody streaming right now? Glad you made it through, Dustin. Ichigo, is he still going to be around? We should try to jump in there. Looks like he's still going. We'll raid into Ichigo Dave. That'll be fun. Ichigo Dave, friend of the stream. Give me 1 second. I'll get us prepped for that raid. We'll do a little collage. I don't have anything new for you on that. I figured I'd save some stuff for Wind Waker. You know, I added a bunch of elements. We'll do a little one though. Yeah, that'll be fun. Yeah. Dustin. Rhizone, I'd love it if you ever felt like sharing any of that. That'd be fun to see. We got to see those levels. Well, all right, guys, let's get out of here. Thank you so much for hanging, guys. Again, happy Wednesday. Do what you can to support the stream, liking, commenting, subbing. It all helps. Even just watching the stream, lurking, chatting, etc. Thank you guys for being around. I appreciate it. I have Sonic on the schedule for Friday. I don't know. We'll see. Because we're close to beating this game. We might play this tomorrow and or Friday. We'll see. Stay tuned. Okay. Is that bad? We've been playing it mostly on Monday and Wednesday, but it'd be cool to get this game wrapped up this week, I think. I'd like to come back around to it. I don't think we have too much more. All right, well, I'm gonna get you guys out of here. I'll do a little collage with some Zelda stuff for you. Then we'll head over to Ichigo Dave's. Just give me a few minutes for that. Thank you so much for hanging, guys. This has been a fun one. And don't worry, Dustin. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thanks for letting me in on the inside joke there, or the reference I didn't get. Good night, guys. We'll see you next time. Let's go hang out with Ichigo Dave. Bye-bye.
Congratulations!
Poggers!
This is the way.
Come on now. That means everybody just cool out.
Sound effects are really neat. I use this computer and lots of other equipment to generate all of the sounds of the orchestra. Listen to this.
Jankies! Jankies!
Perfect.
So you want a cup of tea? You'll have to be very quiet and just sit in a corner.
It's got his name wrote in cursive letters on there. It says Goro, which we named him after probably the hardest boss off of Mortal Kombat.
You suck.